Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV's live and continuing coverage of the Selby Endurance Sports Car Championship. We'll be coming to you live now till the end of the race in about 3 hours 5 minutes time. But before we get into it, we have a new co-host tonight, and that's Daniel Leet. Welcome Daniel, and are you looking forward to the rest of this broadcast today?
Yeah, g'day Benny. Really looking forward to the end. I think it's going to be a great finish to this race. We've got a bit over 3 hours to go here, so I think we're in for a good race with the boys.
Yeah, we certainly are going to be in for a great race today. Now, as far as safety cars go, folks, we've only had one other safety car today. That came out, let's talk about the first one. The first safety car came out on lap 43, and that was due to an incident. The second safety car came out on lap 188, just over 105 laps ago. That was called out because the 366 Blackadder Motorsport Audi got stuck into a fence, I think it was, so they had to call a safety car out for them. That car has since retired, and that retired 78 laps ago, as we see Joseph Fabian in the 102 take to the infield. We've seen a bit of that today, Daniel.
Yeah, there's been a few issues with some of the guys. I think just not having quite enough room getting around some of the cars, so I think that's probably where the bulk of the issues are we're having so far. But if they can smarten up, give each other a bit of room and look for the passing opportunities, hopefully that'll slowly settle down.
Yeah, and I think it's due to the speed difference at Phillip Island. The HPDs are a lot quicker through these corners, and it's a very fast momentum type track, so I think that causes a bit of issue. But before we get into it, we'll give you the top 5 of each class so you can see where the teams are at the moment. So in Class A, that's being led at the moment by the 145 Fusion Sim Racing, and Josh Burden's driving that car at the moment. Then one lap down, Redback Racing Team Black, the 102 Joseph Fabian is in that car. Third, Dynamic Sim Racing 3, they're 2 laps down as well, and Ben Darley Jr. is driving that car. And then fourth is Dynamic Sim Racing 1, 3 laps down, and Phil Gadd is driving that. And then rounding out your top 5, the 103 Redback Racing Team White, and they are 4 laps down. If you cast your eyes down the 101, it was one of the class leaders this morning, but that car's now 10 laps down and sitting in 10th position.
Yeah, and those guys have just actually come out of pits. They had a 10-minute pit stop there, so I think a bit of damage from probably some off-track indiscretions, but they're back in, still, like I said, 7 laps down though.
Yeah, so we'll notice quite a few cars are in the wars at the moment. I saw earlier, I think it was a 67. That's the one John King's driving through. The Blackadder car didn't have any front end left on that car. We might get a shot of that a bit later, but let's look at Class B. Fusion Sim Racing, the 347, still leading that. That car has pretty much led the whole race, from what I can tell. They were definitely leading all morning, that's for sure. Pro Force Racing GTI, the 385, they're in second and 25 seconds down. I think they have led that class this afternoon. Swift Racing, they had all sorts of problems this morning, the 393, and a lot of hardware issues with that car, but they're still going on. Up into third now, and 1 lap down. And fourth, Fusion Sim Racing, the 348's 2 laps down in 4th position, and Selby.com.au Racing GT3 is now 3 laps down and sitting in 5th position.
Yeah, the guys here look to be going pretty well. It's mainly dominated by Mercedes at the moment, with Fusion and Proforce, and I think Swift are actually running this car after changing from BMW last year, so definitely looks to be the car to have, and I think the guys are going to knuckle in, and hopefully we'll have a good one towards the end of the race as well.
Yeah, definitely. The Mercedes has definitely been the pick of the bunch today as far as the GT3s go. The Audi, from what we can gather with the new adjustments that's been made on that, the rear wing is behaving quite differently, and a few teams have been struggling with that. and I think the top end speed might have been reduced slightly as well, which a few teams are struggling with that as well.
Yeah, the Audi was always quite handy. You could get away with running that on next to no wing and still maintain a pretty quick car, and if they have gone the way of trying to even it up, especially with making wing adjustments, I think it's just a bit of time for everyone to sort of get their head around it and start making the most on the mechanical side to push on with it.
Yeah, a lot of teams were, even in qualifying this morning, were struggling with the rear wing because it was behaving far too loose to what they were used to, and so they were even scrambling this morning trying to sort that out before race start.
Yeah, and it is a car you need to kind of get a lot of you need to have a loose rear end in it to get it to turn through, not quite as much as what you do with the Mercedes, but because it's a mid-mounted engine, you've got to keep the balance in the car, otherwise it's going to lose the back, spin off in the road, and we've seen a couple of guys do that today already.
Yeah, exactly right. And we've got our first interview down there. Reece Gardner will be up very shortly, but before we do that, we'll just update everyone on Class C. Won't take long. Huge field at the moment. I'm being sarcastic. The 266 Blackadder Motorsport, they're still leading. They've got a 2-lap lead now, so fantastic. This car has also led all day. Fantastic drive by that team. The 233 Lone Wolf Sim Racers are 2 laps down, and then the last of our Porsches is the Extreme Racing 211, and they're 4 laps down. As you can see, folks, a TD Racing 237, they were up into second at one point this morning. That car has retired. They've also lost their sister car, the 137, has also retired from today's race.
Yeah, and with the 137, we understand that they were down on one driver for this one, so Colin's done 5 hours, and unfortunately, due to a bit of fatigue, he's had to pull out of that one. It's a shame they couldn't get a replacement for that car, but great effort by Colin to keep going to where he did.
Yeah, he pretty much kept on driving until his back started playing up, and then he had to park it. We don't know what's happened to the 237, but if we look at the retirements, the last car to retire was the 366. They retired 82 laps ago. We've also lost the 325, and John Ash was in that when it retired. The 137, as we said, is retired. So is the 237. And the first retirement today was the 911, which was Jaden Ramsley. I think he only made 5 laps before he retired today.
Yeah, I didn't actually see what the cause of their retirement is. I hope it was nothing too adventurous, but possible off track, especially with cold tyres around this circuit. It's not going to be the best way to progress.
Oh, that's exactly right. But let's bring up Reece Gardner and have a chat with him. Their car is the 145. Josh Burden is in that car, and they're leading by a lap. Hi Reece, welcome to RRTV's Combox, and you guys are looking pretty strong out there. Josh is in your car now, and looks like you guys are a lap up.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Hey guys, cheers for having me on. Yeah, it's really good to see the car out there, having put a lap on the field. It's really shown that the amount of hard work we've put in over the last few weeks has really paid off with this car. We've got a great car, just an absolute joy to drive, even when the weather gets kind of hot. And it's just plug and play at this point. Jump in the car and just drive to a number, basically.
Yeah, and you're setting a pretty fast number. The last lap was a 1:19.497, 0.3 faster than the 1:02, and the fastest HPD last lap through. So you definitely got the car plugged in, and it looks like a lot less competition this afternoon, because we saw this morning you guys are in a bit of a battle with a few cars out there.
Yeah, we were, and we had a couple of mishaps, especially during my stint, but we managed to move past that and play the pit stop game a bit better. I think the other guys out there were double stinting their tyres basically from the start. We were a bit tentative to be doing that because we found that it didn't really work on our setup on our own, but we're finding with the traffic we're not using as much of the tyres now, so yeah, we're able to stay with them, get a bit of a leg up, and just be careful in traffic as always, and reap the benefits.
Yeah, and that careful in traffic, I think that's the key to these cars from what I've observed over today and previous rounds, and your team does it probably the best, I think, out there in using your heads, being patient, passing when you need to. We saw earlier today when there's a big battle, and I think you're in the car, really big battle, that's the time you have to take chances because you need to get through the traffic, and at one point you definitely had your hands full with traffic. I think at the time I called it peak hour on Pitt Street, and that's what it felt like to me.
Yeah, definitely felt that way from in the cockpit as well. Like, I guess that's the big, it's one of the big parts of being an HPD driver is knowing when to take those chances. Like you said, like when you're on your own and you've got a gap that you're just managing, there's no need to stick it up the inside of a GT in a bad spot. It just ends up costing you more time than you're likely to gain. So you take it easy. But if there's a car bearing down on you and it'll affect the race full stop, you do have to kind of be a little more aggressive, maybe take a couple more risks. But I'd like to think that we still keep it as safe as we can regardless. We only do it when we absolutely need to.
Yeah, that's right. It gets really hairy when the faster cars are battling for position and they come across the slower cars battling for position. That gets interesting, but to everyone's credit out there, a lot of the passes have been very close but safe, and I think we've only seen a few coming together at the start of the race, but that's to be expected, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Phillip Island, we had our trepidation about it because I do know that the Australian Endurance Championship was meant to race at Phillip Island, I think, in the first season in 2015, but we never ended up doing it. So we never really had that much experience racing multi-class here, but it has turned out quite a bit better than we expected. We're running a bit more downforce than we usually do because of all the high-speed turns. So straight line speed is sort of a non-factor at the moment, which we thought would make it hard, but if you line up a pass correctly, just manage your line through these corners, you end up getting past the traffic rather cleanly, which I'm pleased to see.
Yeah, definitely, and I was expecting a lot more safety cars, but it's reminding me a lot about Road America last round. I think we only had 2 safety cars all day, and we're on target for that again today.
Yeah, certainly. Like I said, I'm actually quite impressed because I didn't think that Phillip Island would be this clean. But yeah, hopefully this sets a precedent for future rounds. I'm not sure what the next round of the championship is. It's not Sebring, is it? I can't quite remember.
I think you're actually racing at Summit Point Short. I think that's going to be it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. April Fool's was yesterday, Bernie.
Oh, yeah, you caught me out. Was it that obvious? I've only done one dad joke today, so I've been pretty pleased.
Oh, you gotta keep your rate up, keep your average.
Yeah, I do.
We're racing at Spa next round, May 7.
Okay, that's probably going to be a little bit more. Then again, it's a pretty fast track. How do you think multi-class will go there?
Well, we managed to race there for 24 hours in the Australian Endurance Championship back in 2015 without too many dramas. It's got some nice outbraking spots. The corners, while fast, are kind of spaced apart. Not much like here, where basically every corner flows into the next.
Yeah, this one has some fast corners, but then you're hot on the anchors and getting ready for those sharp hairpins. But we should also mention your sister car, the 347. This car has been equally impressive, I think, for their class. It's pretty much led all day. I think the 385 is giving them a bit of a run for their money now, but another dominant result, and it was also fantastic to see Scotty Stevens out there having a run today.
Yeah, it's good to have Scott back in the car after his operation. He's recovering well, and he's done pretty well. getting back in the seat. But yeah, everybody in the 347's been absolutely caning it all day, and they've done a fantastic job to stay in the lead or in contention for the win pretty much all race. But as usual, Proforce has been our biggest competition so far, and fair play to them as well. They're a very quick bunch of guys, and they certainly gave us a bit of a run for our money at Road America. But yeah, it's good to. Oh dear, that was a. Did you have the camera trained on Damien at that point, Bernie?
No, I didn't, but I can go. I can see he's a bit crossed up. We might go back to replay.
Just a little bit of an eager HPD in turn 2. But it is quite difficult to pick going from turn 1 to turn 2. Like, some GT drivers prefer to stay to the left, and some prefer to go a little bit wider for a better entry into 2. I suppose, yeah, that was just one of those things. But fortunately, both cars came away with not much of a penalty.
Yeah, they seem to. They were on a collision course until Damien took action when he saw him coming on the inside there. I think Damien was going to go for his driving line, but that was out of the question at that point in time.
Yeah, it certainly was, but nevertheless, I can't fault 347 at all. They have gotten 1 or 2 black flags, but everything about their race otherwise has been flawless, and yeah, fantastic stuff from all of those guys. And thanks again to Damien McPhee and Andrew Gaines for helping us out with our driver numbers. We have been a little pressed for driver numbers after a bunch of guys unfortunately left Fusion Sim Racing a few weeks back at the start of March. So it's been tough, but we've managed to stay back on our feet with a little bit of help from some of our friends.
Fantastic. Well, you're a great bunch of guys, and it's a great team. So it'd be probably a big disappointment if we didn't see your cars out there running, that's for sure. Now, the question I've got for you is the track. I've never seen these white rocks before, but then again, I haven't had a decent video card. Is that something new, or has that always been there and I just never noticed it?
That was introduced with... Ooh, oh dear. Okay, so sorry, Bernie. I think the two Fusion Sim Racing GTs almost came together there. 348 spun in front of 347. That was almost a horrific moment, but fortunately Eddie Johns has managed to get back going. But yeah, those white rocks were introduced as part of the dynamic track update a few seasons back. They've been around, as have the dirt appearing on the track and the driving line and stuff like that.
Okay, I probably never saw them before because I had a pretty crap video card. Now I can actually see. It's like I've got glasses. The other question I had with you, since Dirt's come out, has the track dynamics changed anything when we get a dirty track, or is it pretty much the same as it always has been on the asphalt?
Oh, I'd say it's fairly the same. I mean, the dynamic track stuff was introduced because of Dirt, so I think it stands to reason that now that Dirt is out, it's pretty much the same, no drastic changes, because yeah, the Dirt update is basically what this dynamic track stuff was originally made for anyway. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun on Dirt, needless to say. Yeah,
well, I saw your guest star on Mr. Broadbent's stream the other day. I watched that and enjoyed that very much. I noticed you were swearing all the time. He wasn't swearing much, but he was struggling a bit there until you told him just don't lift, and then he started to pick up the pace again.
Yeah, well, hashtag never lift. That holds true, especially in the 410 sprint cars at Eldora. Absolutely terrifying, but it works, and it's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, well, I tried yesterday. I was going to run last night in the 410 in the V8s Online OSR series, and I went hashtag don't lift, and I went hashtag something else and parked the car because it was just too much for me to handle with minimal driving time. And I thought if I drove last night, I'd probably muddy my name, pardon the pun.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, I'd personally recommend starting with the slow sprint cars and working your way up to the 410 just to get used to it. Like, I tried jumping in the 410 straight up when I was recording my first drive footage for my channel. Watch out for that video soon. And yeah, I was absolutely useless. I had no idea what I was doing, but then I drove the 305 and then the 360, working my way back up to the 410, and it suddenly all made sense. Everything clicked together.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do, because I'm back in the 360 Wednesday night, if I can handle it, to run that car. But just to muck it up a bit, I'm meant to be in the modified tonight, but I don't think I'm going to make it, because that starts at 8 and we'll still be winding up the broadcast, I think, at that time.
Well, doesn't really matter, I suppose. You just need to get your seat time when you can, and yeah, I mean, dirt. I think some people take to it a little bit easier than others, and your main goal is to have fun, really.
Oh, exactly right, and that's what dirt is. It's a heck of a lot of fun. But getting back to the racing here, we've got 2 hours 44 minutes to go, and I guess you guys are going to start looking at the end game here and making your plans, who's going to drive when and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, basically we've just got Josh and Heath in the car now. I was supposed to be doing the stint that Josh is doing now, but we elected to sort of give that stint to Josh because I've got my own commentary commitments coming up very soon, and yeah, I didn't want to be the distracted guy that ends up screwing my team's race.
Yeah, because I think V8 Scops is on tonight. Is that on tonight?
It is indeed, in about an hour's time. So yeah, I'll be getting ready for that pretty soon.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big. It's one of the amazing series you guys cover. Well, it's the premier series of the Australian iRacing. So hopefully we won't lose too many viewers here of all the ones we have. But if all I say to them is put 2 TVs on and watch both.
Yeah, that's it. Like, yeah, you know, ¿por qué no los dos? As the girl in the old El Paso ad says. Like, absolutely adore doing my work for V8 Scops, but we got to give publicity to these other series as well, because, you know, sim racing isn't all about the V8 supercar in Australia. We've got a bunch of talented drivers who are supremely talented in many different kinds of racing, and we're seeing one of those in action today.
Yeah, exactly right. And RRTV's also picked up the Super Skips. That's going to be another Sunday night event coming up shortly. So that's the Australian Super Skips, and that's going to be interesting. I was saying earlier today, all these events we have on a Sunday night, we need to tell everyone to start putting some on a Saturday, because it's getting mighty crowded on a Sunday night these days.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sunday seems to be the day of choice for a lot of these series, but yeah, I mean, there's already a huge amount of leagues running almost every single night of the week here in the AusNZ community, so a little bit of shuffling around is probably required, but hey, I mean, I guess that proves more than anything just how passionate our community is that we run this many events.
Oh, we're extremely lucky that we have so many awesome events to choose, and it's been that way for quite a number of years. It's we seem to be blessed with a lot of people that are willing to take the time to set up these events and run them and broadcast them, and you know, whatever else they do to make this community work, and it just does seem to be getting stronger.
Yeah, certainly does. Very, very good times ahead for sure.
Definitely, but anyway, Reese, I could talk to you all day, but I shouldn't, because you've got to start getting ready for your broadcast, and I've got to call this, otherwise all our viewers will start rolling their eyes. I'll just see if Daniel's got any more questions for you before we let you go.
Well, I only had probably 2. One is, how have you found the traffic, especially with the high-speed stuff and driving the HPD? And secondly, how are you finding tyres are going on now that I think you guys mentioned you're starting to double stint as well?
All right. Well, traffic is it's it's a bit of this and a bit of that. Like it all depends on where you come up to them on the track. Like through these high-speed turns, you've really got to be sort of assertive with your lines. Like if you come up to them in the wrong place, a GT may think that you're going to be taking a certain line and maybe try and give you that line, but it ends up being the line that you were going to take anyway. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't. My brain's a little bit fried.
No,
but,
I get it from AEC from last year. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's been better than we expected for sure, but at the same time, still keeps you on your toes. But you just got to step back and do a little bit of mental maths to see where you'll come out in the traffic. But you end up losing quite a bit of time if you come up to traffic in the wrong place. But then I just think, well, the other HPDs are going through that as well. It's all about how you manage it.
Yeah, definitely. And once you start hitting the traffic, I guess, with the slightly worn tyres, are you finding it easier hanging on the outside, especially having the higher downforce in the car, or a little bit easier just to sort of pull it back a bit and let them go?
It depends on the corner and where you come up to them. Like Josh just came over Lukey Heights now. Lukey Heights is one of the corners that we love to go around the outside of, because the GTs stick to the inside. That's their normal line anyway. But just about every other turn, we either pass on the entry or pass on the exit. Passing through the corner is probably not the best idea, especially now coming into turn 1. Like if there was a GT in front of Josh, he would probably hang back and try and fire by on the inside on the exit, take him around the outside of 2, and through Stoner, the flat out left after this corner. Again, it depends on where the GT is. If he passes him here, he would stick to the inside. If he came to the GT here, he would stick to the outside and take him up the inside at the hairpin. But yeah, like on worn tyres, I mean the tyres aren't wearing as quickly as we thought they would, because as I was saying to Bernie, we figured out that because we weren't using them as much due to slowing down so much due to the traffic, we have a little bit of grip to spare. So yeah, not too many dramas.
That's great. And did you have any sponsors you guys would like to plug just before you finish up and head off for your commitments with Scops, mate?
Yeah, certainly. Dynamic Sim Racing, Eclipse Signage and Dripping Paint Graphics, all fantastic guys supporting our team. Thank you so much, and we're glad to be getting your names out there by leading 2 of the 3 classes in this race.
Oh, thanks very much, and like I say, best of luck for the remainder of the race for the Fusion boys, both the HPD and the GT series, and again tonight for you with commentary and Scops, mate.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the broadcast, guys. Fantastic stuff.
No worries, mate. It's always a pleasure catching up with you, and you can close the door on your way out. See ya.
All right, catch you guys later.
See you, Reese. So that was Reese Gardner, folks. He's partnered up in the 145 with Josh Burden, and if you want to see some of Reese's antics online, go and check out Southpaw Racer on YouTube. He makes some classic videos, Daniel, and I'm always cracking up when I see Reese in full action out there.
I'm going to have to actually look into this because I haven't seen any of them previously, so I'm going to have to get on board, I think.
Oh, he does some great things. On a Friday night, he'll sometimes pick up a book, which is a really bad book, and he'll do a live reading just for something to do. You normally get your wine at that point, sit down and just crack up because it's hilarious. But he also does the serious track guides, which are a load of fun, as well as his live streaming. And they're all worth watching. While you were interviewing him though, Brett Woods in the 233, he's back out now after using a fast repair, but he got crossed up down at Siberia, spun across the track and got hammered by the 101, which Daniel Benefield was driving at the time, and that car's also had to have a fast repair. But we had a look at the super slow-mo while you're interviewing him, and it was quite a nasty accident.
Yeah, it looked like I think it was Scott Nolan who was driving the Porsche at the time, just either got on the power a little too hard or caught a bit of the dirt and then spun it around and then off she went. So So they're a tricky car to handle, those Porsches, especially not having any of the ABS and traction control aids that the GT3s have got either.
Oh, they are a tricky little car to drive. They're a great car to drive, though. I like driving them. Now, folks, if you can see, Josh Burden is just ahead of Joseph Fabian here. It's not for position because the Fusion Sim Racing boys just put the Redback Racing Team Black down another lap, so they're 2 laps up now.
That's really going to help them coming into the end. They can slow down a little more, getting past some of the slower cars and take their time, where now we've got Redback and Dynamic Sim Racing 3 are going to be battling for that second position, with both of them 2 laps down currently.
Oh, exactly right. The Fusion boys now can pretty much cruise, and even if they let the 102 past, which they're not going to, but even if they did, they've still got to lap up their sleeves. And if there was a safety car, and even if these cars ever got a wave by, which they won't, they've got a huge safety margin. Same with if we look at the 347, these boys have a lap up on their closest competition, and that's the 385. Ross Rizzo's back in that car for Pro Force Racing. Quite a big drama for this car at the start, and they came together with one of the Blackadder cars into Doohan Corner for the first time and ended up going hard into the fence, and they've got it back up the front though, running second at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a really good recovery drive for these guys. I saw in your initial broadcast where they got turned around by the looks of it and backed it into the wall a bit, but to come from almost dead last of the pack now to second in class, I mean, that's a great achievement from those guys.
It certainly is, and it was an unfortunate accident, but I think they're very lucky that one, they ran into tyres, and two, that it didn't throw them back out onto the road in the middle of that big pack that was coming around for the first time.
Oh, absolutely, and the fact that the car went in back end first, if that had gone in front, there's probably a motor, a fast repair and a tow, so if that was the case, they wouldn't be fighting for this lead right now. So you take the good with the bad, and that was definitely the good for them.
It certainly was. And looking down at Class C, and Blackadder's, this car has been very impressive today, pretty much like the other 2 classes. This car's led all day, and this car also has a lap up on their competition, and I'm just trying to see who the competition is. It's the 233 Lone Wolf Racing.
Yeah, and they've actually got 3 laps on those boys as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah, you're right, they do. It's 3 laps up, so I don't think we're going to be seeing an exciting end to today's racing in any of the classes, but saying that, don't leave us, folks, because we'll make it as entertaining as we can.
No, that's exactly it. I think if the cards fall right, we can definitely probably see the Pro Force guys and maybe even the Swift guys get up onto the same lead lap as the Fusion car. I'd say, looking at the Porsches, it's probably a certain deal, unless something, touch wood, doesn't fell that car and they put it into a wall or something. But even up the front, the Fusion have got a strong gap and lead on that race. So hopefully, all going well, it stays as is. We don't want to put the mockers on anyone, which is probably going to happen now. But I think there's definitely some chance for some great racing, and we've got 2.5 hours of the race remaining, so anything's certainly open to happen and likely to happen.
Yeah, exactly right. And we can see out there the Selby car going around. Guy Leach is in that car at the moment, and that car's looking pretty straight. This was one of the ones that even during qualifying they were battling with that rear wing, trying to get the car from being less loose. It looks like they've got it sorted, or got used to driving it that way, and they're making good inroads. I'm just having a look. They're currently 3 laps down from the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, that's still, if everything falls the way you'd like it to, they can definitely get back there. And Guy Leach is a pretty quick peddler of these cars. I mean, he raced HPD for AEC last year, but he's a good steerer. He knows his way around the track and gets his head into the cars. So they've got every chance of possibly getting back into that fight as well.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of these fast chargers, it really doesn't matter what they drive. They're generally pretty quick. You can throw them in. I even noticed throw them in a sprint car at Speedway, and a lot of them are just as quick. And Gary Hamilton proved that from what I've been seeing.
Yes, I can't really give you any comment on the dirt stuff. I haven't had a chance to sample it yet, but from what I've seen from a few videos online, and even some of the guys on our team reckon it's a good bit of fun. It's probably going to lead, if everyone gets into it, help with the car control. I mean, yes, dirt and road are two different surfaces, but any time you can get behind the wheel and get a good feel for it, it generally can translate to any other vehicle you drive.
Oh, exactly right. And if you can get used to balancing the throttle through a slide, that's going to go translate big time to when you get back on the road and your car's a little bit loose. You'll be able to know how to correct it, how to modulate the throttle and the brake as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially for the GT side of stuff, you can get a bit of that loose mentality that you just smash the brake, smash the clutch and the accelerator and go for it because you've got all the aids to get you around there. When you go from that mindset, you jump into, say, Porsche, for instance, where you don't have any of those driver aids, you've really got to adjust and get your hand to it. So having the ability to jump between dirt and the roadside is only a good thing.
Yeah, that's right. And it's also, as we were saying this morning, it's going to attract a different crowd to iRacing as well. Most of the time, well, you had two types of racers up until now. You had the ones that liked racing the road circuits and the tarmac speedway boys and the NASCAR boys, and now it's going to attract all those speedway dirt fans to join iRacing and just race those. So it's going to be interesting to see how iRacing shapes up over the coming year or so.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, now that dirt's available, like I say, it's opened up to even the greater dirt community for real life races in Australia. It's a big series that they do. Yes, they've got probably a few more cars that aren't yet available on dirt, but that's not to say that's never going to happen. So, like I say, you're now targeting a completely different audience. It's probably likely that you're going to get a lot of those over, especially for driver training. It would be fantastic.
Oh, definitely, and it's going to be really good. And I know the big sprint car series, IRFF's behind that, and that's going to be starting up in a couple of weeks. They are running it on a Wednesday night, but I think that's more just a less serious series. But the new one, they've got good sponsors, and it's going to be very interesting to watch how that goes, and no doubt a lot of fun to watch, because in Canberra we don't have a speedway here anymore. We used to have a very good one when I grew up, and we lost that, so the only speedway action I get these days is either on iRacing or watching YouTube videos, or possibly Speed Week on SBS.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm sure there's some around Brisbane area, but I definitely know you've still got some up at Gympie, north of Brisbane there, and I have a feeling Archerfield still runs, but I couldn't even tell you what they drive out there these days.
Yeah, I think Archerfield would still be going. Toowoomba had a really good speedway out there, but that was many years ago. I don't know if they even have a speedway up there anymore, but it's still very strong around the place. Sydney's got a good track up there, and apparently down Victoria way it's pretty popular.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good thing. iRacing may be able to get some petitions on. They can come out and start scanning some more of these great circuits. So I'm sure for what they've got in America, yes, there's tons of it. As far as what Australia's got, I'm sure they compete just as highly as what the American stuff does. So, we've got Bathurst, we've got Oran Park. Might be a chance to get something on the dirt side. If not, maybe we get more of the road stuff as well.
Yeah, the next car I want to see them do the dirt makeover for is the wingless sprint car. It reminds me of the old midgets, and that would be a fun little car to drive. I tried it on slicks, it doesn't work very well.
No, I can imagine a slick tyre on the dirt surface should be quite a handful. I think we saw some photos of guys try and slide the V8s around on there, and it looks good in a still photo. I'd hate to think what it's like actually being behind the wheel and getting it around the circuit too. Yeah,
well, I saw one where one driver decided they're going to take a Formula One and put it on dirt, and there's a picture of it in the wall with all the wheels like torn up.
I think that was, you would think that's going to happen long before you've decided to take it out of the track, but yeah, good effort for having a go. I reckon even for a low-powered car, the MX-5 would be a lot of fun around there too.
Yeah, that could be interesting, and have to try that one out. But also, folks, iRacing's announced the Porsche 133's on its way to iRacing.
Yeah, all the yes, lots of tractor racing. That's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just searching what the Porsche 133 is, and it is a tractor. Is it a tractor?
It is a tractor. It's a tractor. Well, going off their video, it's a tractor. I'm assuming, being April Fool's, it's a joke.
Yeah.
Which it has to be, but I'm sure there would be people that would like, tractor pulls and that sort of stuff. Just too, while you got it, I've just seen a quick spin from Nino Natal in the Dynamic Sim Racing 2 car. I'm just going to check what actually happened to him. He's just lost it under brakes through turn 2 by the looks as well, trying to go around the outside of the Swift boys.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick that up. So I guess I've fallen for an April Fool's joke live on air. That's not very good, is it?
Look, we're not going to hold it against you.
Oh, God, I'd laugh if they really did bring it out.
Well, I'm still waiting for the old Aston Martins that we were meant to get. I'm really keen to see what the Ferrari's like when that finally gets announced. And obviously, if they bring out the 919 Porsche LMP1 car, that's going to be phenomenal. It would, it'll definitely replace this car as the HPD, but I think everyone's looking for a more modern LMP1, LMP2 variant prototype as well to drive.
Yeah, especially now that Le Mans has been released, and when we get up to the next 24-hour live event, everyone will want to run that again, so that'll always be exciting. Looks like we've got Scott Nolan down there for the 233, and Brett Woods is driving that, so we might bring him up and have a chat.
Yep, no worries.
Hi Scott, welcome to the RRTV Combox. We've got your car on the screen as we speak. It's a good effort today, running second at the moment, but I tell you what, we saw Brett earlier come together with the 101, and it looked like a pretty nasty accident.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, Brett Woodsy just lost it there on the exit of Siberia, and yeah, unfortunate coming together there. Yeah, running second, probably should be third. We did have a bit of a coming together with the TD boys, and they've decided to call it a day, unfortunately, because there is only a couple of, only 4 cars in our class, but that was a bit of a shame. We'll try and unlap ourselves, and we come together with them earlier in the day over the top of Lukey Heights, and yeah, it was a shame, but we're pushing on, and we're pretty much cruising at the moment. We've only got about 2 laps to catch up, so we're just cruising and trying to get to the finish.
Yeah, and what's it been like out there in your Porsche with the HPDs bearing down on you?
I've had about a 7-month hiatus out of racing just through work commitments, so this is my first sort of competitive race back, and compared to the AEC last year, it's really improved the standard of driving, especially from the quicker classes. And the HPD, although, around the outside of turn 2 and over Lukey Heights, when they try and take on the outside there, it's a little bit hairy, especially when we're got the full grip limits of the Porsche. If we run a little bit wide, there's not much for us to go.
Yeah, well, the car, we're just having a look at Brett in the office at the moment working, and And one thing we've noticed with the cars is how much you are pushing them. They look slow compared to a HPD, but you guys are right on the edge, especially on the corners when the cars start to drift out towards the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, I know with our car we've found a lot of high-speed understeer. It's been really hard to get the front tyres to really work. You try and trim the car up to make it steer better, and then you just go too far and it becomes really bad in the slow-speed corners. So we've had to compromise between high-speed understeer and low-speed oversteers, but we've got a balance that's comfortable for us to do the laps and keep out of trouble. Yeah,
well, that's what you need on these long races, that's for sure. And how's the tyre wear on these going? Are they pretty kind on the tyres?
The right rear takes a caning on a double stint with us, so we've been double stinting tyres, and we even tried to triple stint a left set, which didn't really work. It was sort of much of a muchness, but just trying to make up some time. But now we're a fair way behind the leader. We're just trying to get to the finish, so we'll probably change tyres most stops and cruise it on into the finish.
Yeah, well, you've got another 2 hours 20 minutes of cruising to go as we see them go 3 wide there, almost 3 wide there, coming out of Lukey Heights into that hairpin, and your car was on the outside. I don't know how the other cars didn't come together. We had a HPD and a GT3 passing you in that hairpin.
Yeah, heart in the mouth sort of moment, but although Woodsy's had a couple of little minor issues, he's a good pedaler, he's a good steerer. I do feel bad for the TD boys, and big shout out to Tim and his crew. We didn't want their race to end like that, unfortunately. So we hope they can come back for next round and battle with us and continue our little 4-car class, and hopefully it's a bit closer next round. Yeah,
can you tell the viewers what happened to the 237, because we've got no clue why they retired?
We tried to sort of, probably a bit opportunistic, try to put our nose up the inside going into Lukey Heights, and I think we drifted a little bit wide into them, and it put them through the sand trap and into the wall, unfortunately.
Oh, that is a shame, but I know Tim, he'll be back. TD Racing will be back in this class. He likes his Porsche racing, and definitely be back, I'm sure. One thing I'd like to see, though, for anyone watching who's interested in this sort of racing, is I'd love to see more Porsches out here. We've only got 4 at the moment, and this car in this class deserves more than that. So if anyone's out there interested in this style of racing, try the Porsche out and come out and have some fun.
It's a fantastic car to drive when you get it right. They can be a little bit temperamental, but I've only had about a week in them, and I love them. It's pretty much all I want to race. I don't really care about dirt. All I want to race is a Porsche.
Yeah, at the moment the Porsche's my go-to car on the asphalt. That I'm starting to enjoy the Skippy again, but for open wheeler racing, and of course the dirt. But I'm going to hand you over to Daniel Leet. He's over here. He might have some more questions for you, mate.
If we go on to you're saying you're double stinting left side tyres at least. Are you finding there is a big drop off by the time you come in to whack on a whole new set of tyres, or is it holding in there reasonably well for you?
Double stinting tyres is not too bad. All 4 tyres. So at pretty much the last sort of 10-15 laps, that right rear really does take a pounding, and you do see a drop off. But yeah, we tried to triple stint our lefts, and pretty much had the same issue. So I think double stinting your tyres for the Porsche is pretty much where you want to go. If we had our setup a little bit nicer, it'd probably look after its tyres a little bit better as well.
Yep, and I guess that leads into the next question. Like, it is a very limited car with setup. How have you found trying to achieve the balance for that car for you as well?
Yeah, it's been very difficult. A lot of times I'm scratching my head, especially when I look at the times I can do and look at the times that Brett does. I tend to suffer the high-speed understeer a little bit more than Brett, and I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. We've tried a lot of different things in the car, but as you said, there isn't much you can change. It's really just springs and front and rear anti-roll bars and tyre pressures. So we've got a little bit of work to do, but as I said, I've only been in this car a week, so hopefully I can do some more time in it, and we can be a bit more competitive on the next outing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for what you guys are doing tonight, it's a great job from all your boys. To be where you are, and hopefully the way the safety cars may fall in the future, which would be good for you might be able to call back that lap or two and sort of get up there with the other boys as well.
Yeah, that's it. There hasn't been a lot of safety cars. I think only two in the 7 hours and 40 odd minutes that we've been running. So that's a testament to the drivers that are out there. I haven't seen too many issues like right in front of us. So the level of driving's been pretty good.
Excellent. Now, I guess before we let you go, have you got any sponsors you'd like to give a plug to, and that before we let you out the door?
Yeah, just our team, Lone Wolf Racing, and also Motorless Motorsport. They do a good job of painting up our cars, and to Selby for sponsoring the event, and you guys for putting on the broadcast. You guys do a great job.
No worries. Well, let Bernie finish up if he's got any other questions for you as well.
No, I was just going to say, fantastic. Thanks for popping in, Scott, and it's been a pleasure having a chat with you. Best of luck with the rest of the race. It's looking pretty good for you, but if you do crash, we blame Daniel, because he's the one that puts out the commentator's curse.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I've got another stint left in the car, but I hope not. I hope I don't crash, but no, we're just looking to get to the end, and it looks like a good battle up the front with the HPDs, so let's hope that stays clean, and it'll be a good race to the end.
Yeah, it definitely will be, but anyway, we'll let you go, mate, and 2 hours 13 minutes to go, and then you guys can have a big rest.
Cheers.
Now, I've made sure to sort of combat that commentator's curse. I've got a big sheet of MDF here right next to me that I'm knocking on every time I say it.
I thought you were going to say you're going to use that to wrap it around my head or something. Oh, that's a 4B2 you got on the other side of the chair, isn't it?
Oh, look, it costs too much to fly back to Canberra, mate, so we'll just let it slide.
Yeah. Notice while you were down here, I took a very low profile. I locked myself in the house for a week and just made sure I didn't answer the door.
No, I wouldn't know my way around Canberra to save my life at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a bit of a tricky place, but just having a look, the race leader has had a driver change. Heath Brennan's in the car for Fusion Sim Racing now, and what lap times are they doing? A 1:19.853 compared to the 102, which did a 1:19.595. So they're pretty much all the top three now are lapping in the 1:19. So the race pace hasn't dropped off any since this morning.
No, it's been really good. I actually saw a lap a little while ago where I think Josh was behind the wheel of the 145. They got down to within a tenth of their best lap. So to be doing that, 7.5, nearly 8 hours into the race, that's a great testament to how the track's rubbering up, the tyres are holding in there, and the guys are able to still push just as hard as they've done right at the beginning of the race.
Oh, exactly right, and you can see there's a lot of dirt on the outside. It seems like the HPDs get the clean racing line. I did notice the 233 of the Porsche drifting out into it, but they have to sometimes, and it looks great seeing all that dust and rocks flying up everywhere.
Oh, it does. I mean, it adds, and iRacing's got better with giving us more visual cues and aids on the race. We get the tyre build up on the outside, now we're getting the dirt coming up on track, and I've noticed a few times, especially in the real high speed sections, so the last turn exiting the straight, and even a couple of times down the straight, we've seen guys up in the dirt in the HPD still hold on, make a clean pass, but it adds a little more to be able to see that and know that you've got a be wary and tiptoe around those points as well, as we see Heath Brennan just go around one of the other Fusion Sim cars there as well on the outside of 1G.
Yeah, and on the inside of the Porsche there, we're actually in the cockpit here. It's always an exciting view in the lead HPD as they come through the traffic, and especially on restarts. Looks like we've got Josh Burton down there. Did you want me to bring him up and you can have a chat with him?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he's just jumped out of the leading car, so it'd be great to get his take on it as well. G'day Josh, welcome to RRTV Commentary Box. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good guys, yourself?
Yeah, doing very well. I mean, you guys are travelling on quite nicely with a 2-lap lead now. How's things going for you?
Yeah, no, pretty cruisy at the moment. I got in the car, done a double, and one of the Dynamic Sim Racing cars was in the lead at that stage, and they had a bit of a moment, and I haven't out on track, so I'm not sure what's happened to them. But yeah, we're just cruising around, trying to, well, don't have to push too hard, but just trying to keep our lead there for 2 laps, and yeah.
Yeah, and how are you finding, with the condition of the track now? We were just saying there's a bit of dirt starting to build up on the outside, and still having, everyone represented in the 3 classes. How are you finding that now?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I guess for us it helps that we've got a lot of downforce, so we can kind of go out there without too many issues. For the other cars, I'd imagine they'd be sliding around a fair bit going out there. So yeah, we just try and pass the cars around the outside, because that's where it's best for both cars. So yeah, but yeah, I'd imagine the GT cars would be sliding around a bit.
Yeah, we've heard a few guys that we've seen a couple where they've had a few off tracks, and I think there was one just recently with one of the Porsches getting into the 101. But how are you guys finding your tyre life? Are you able to double stint, or are you still taking the option for tyres every stop?
Yeah, earlier in the race we was double stinting tyres. Didn't really find a massive drop off. You obviously wouldn't do 3, but double stinting was quite easy. But now kind of we've got the lead where we don't see the point in double stinting the tyres, so we're just taking them every stop now. But yeah, double stinting, at least in the HPD. I know our GT3 car, they're taking tyres every stint, but the HPD is holding on to its tyres really well.
Yeah, excellent. And have you got much update from the boys in the GT3 at the moment? Because I think you guys are also leading that race as well currently.
Yeah, Andrew Gaines is in the car currently. I haven't really spoken to them guys much, but they've kind of been the top 2 positions all day, so they're looking pretty good. They'll have a decent battle of Pro Force Racing at the end, I'd imagine, but they're looking pretty good for a podium, definitely.
Yeah, I mean that's a great result for you guys, especially if it stays the way it's going now. Are you likely to be jumping back in the car before the end of the race, or have you got much change up in your driver lineup for that to finish off?
Yeah, Heath's just doing a single stint now, and I'll jump back in at the end to finish it off. Probably have to do about a stint and 3/4, I'd imagine. So yeah, you'll probably see cars pitting for about 45 to 50 minutes to go.
Fantastic. Well, Bernie, have you got a couple of questions you'd like to ask Josh at all before we get a plug from his sponsors at all?
No, I don't think I've got any at the moment. I'm just enjoying my coffee here, but it's great to see both Fusion Sim Racing cars having a fantastic race today and pretty much dominating both classes. So it's a big testament to the team and all the work that goes into setting up these 2 cars. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks Bernie. Yeah, a lot of work went into this week. Setting up the cars. Before the race today, I got up our VRS data and for our team, and on average we've done between 150 to 200 laps each of practice. Obviously, the changes to the cars made it a bit difficult to kind of go down a different route, especially with the HPD. So yeah, we've got it sorted. It's pretty hooked up now. So yeah, all that practice has paid off. But yeah, it was a bit of head scratching going on earlier in the week, that's for sure.
Yeah, I bet there was. But anyway, Josh, we should let you go and have your ice bath before you've got to get back in the car. So I'm sure that's what sim racers do, just like the real drivers. But let's give a shout out to all your sponsors once again, and for everyone who's backing these two great cars.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dynamics in Racing, Eclipse Signage and Dripping Paint Graphics for all their support. And obviously you guys for doing the broadcast. It's been great.
Yeah, no worries. It's always fun calling these races, and you guys definitely turn them on. But one thing I want you to do is, because it's getting a little bit boring up here in Class A, I need you to tell Heath to pull over for a lap or two and let the other guys catch up and then make a race of it for us.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, no worries. Well, you're jumping in the car soon, so we expect to see an extra long pit stop. If the pit manager asks what you're doing, just say Bernie said.
Alright, we'll see what we can do.
Alright, no worries, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. 2 hours and 5 minutes to go, so probably another 2 pit stops till the end.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, guys.
So what do you reckon, Daniel? That's a pretty good idea, isn't it? Telling them just to pull up for a couple of laps?
I think it's definitely going to make it an interesting race to the finish if they do. Might be able to do the old, what was it, Days of Thunder, stop in for an ice cream and then go again.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's funny, I joke about the ice baths, but I won't name the driver. There was actually, about a year ago, one of the sim racers made their own cool suit. And they reckon it was fantastic when they were in the V8. They actually had an esky behind the sim rig. They had the pipe coming into their vest and the pipe running up and down and back into the esky. Filled it up full of ice and water and let her rip.
That sounds fantastic, except I'd probably replace the water with beer and have it straight into my mouth.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'd probably just put it straight into the vein if you're allowed to do that. It might be a bit too fizzy. Yeah, straight in the mouth would probably work.
Yeah, no, you might get away with it, the coffee, but not the beers.
Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, folks, it's the race is slowly winding down here. We've got 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. An update on each class. Looking at Class A, well, Fusion Sim Racing, the 145, leads by a lap to Redback Racing Team Black, and they lead by a lap back to Dynamic Sim Racing 3. So that's your top 3 in Class A. Looking at Class B at the moment, this is a little bit closer, I think. Fusion Sim Racing is leading that class, but the 385 on the same lap, 24 seconds down from the leader. So there's still a race going on between those two cars, and then Swift Racing is sitting 1 lap down, and that's your top 3 in Class B. Looking at Class C, well, I think there's only a top 3 running now, and Blackadder Motorsport ESCC 266 is leading. Pretty much led that class all day. They've got a 2-lap gap back to Lone Wolf Sim Racers 2, and they have a 2-lap gap back to Extreme Racing 211. Well, in fact, I think the Blackadder boys are 3 laps up now, so it looks like the podium for that's pretty much sorted. I think even if Extreme Racing 211 pulled out now, they'd still get 3rd.
Yeah, I don't think there's. I think they're the only 3 cars now that are going to be running the rest of the race for the Porsches. So, yes, you could pull the pin now and finish the race. Probably going to want to run and see it out, but it's something that could happen. And like I say, I doubt it will. Yeah,
I doubt it will as well. And big shout out to Matty Barron. He's at work at the moment. I hope you're enjoying work there, Mr. Barron, and he's tuned into our broadcast as well. So it's great to see him enjoying the FSR action out there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the beauty of having these things broadcasted live is whether you're at work or you're at home and not racing, you've still got the option to tune in, take a listen, and follow on as to what's going on, help and listen and see how the teams in ANZ, and I think we might have a couple of international drivers here actually racing.
Yeah, well, that's right. I think we might too, but what we might have to do is try to link this into a simulcast so that the guys, if they are working, they can tune into the audio. And that's something I might pin down and see if the viewers would be interested in that.
I'll be down for it right now because I could listen to it at work when I'm doing a bit of overtime and that. So, by all means, if you can work out a way to do it, well, let's make it happen.
Sounds like a plan. I'm going to put it to the chat room. That's the royalty of viewers because they always come in and make it an interactive experience for us all. I'll put a poll in there and see what they reckon. And they might be getting a bit ratty now with 25 laps to go on a Sunday afternoon. They've probably gone through a keg or 3.
Well, if I've only done 3, that seems a bit disappointing. I'd be expecting 4 or 5 by this point of the day, wouldn't you?
Oh, exactly. I think so. I think at least 5.
Yeah, well, let's leave it there.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm putting the question to them right now, and we'll see what they say. Okay, the question's in, folks. I expect one answer from all the people in there. There's probably only one person in there, maybe 3. But
there probably is. I'm going to stack the vote and actually comment on it right now.
Well, it looks like we've already had. We've got a few people take us there, so I'm definitely going to look into that, and we'll simulcast it, and that way, if people are at work, they can tune in and with a headpiece. Might be easier for some people that are working.
Oh, definitely. I mean, most places now you can log into the Wi-Fi and have a listen. Wouldn't say that I do that on many occasions, but it's something you can do, and there's plenty of now hosting services where you can put something like that. So, definitely it's a possible future option to increase the viewers and maybe get some more actually on the track as well alongside us.
Oh, exactly, and that's pretty much what the broadcasting's about. It's not only for everyone that loves this sport or e-sport or hobby or whatever you call it, can get in, watch their favourite drivers. It's great for the sponsors, it builds that up, but also it's great to introduce people to this hobby and hopefully grow it. And we're very lucky in Australia. iRacing is very healthy and it seems to be growing every year. So I think it's got the makings of being a pretty good hobby or e-sport or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they just did the race in Vegas at the start of the year for esports, and that's a stepping stone to it progressing and becoming a bigger thing for everyone, and not just here in Australia. I mean, you see broadcasts around the world with some of our other commentators. It's going leaps and bounds ahead. So any further improvement is always just added bonus.
Oh, for sure. That's exactly right. And at some point it's going to hit mainstream. I'm pretty sure of that. It's just a matter of how long it takes for that to happen.
Oh, definitely. I mean, might as well get everyone to start petitioning for gigabit internet in Australia then.
Yeah, well, I've got pretty good internet here, so I'm not complaining. I'm actually streaming up for anyone interested. At the moment, we're streaming in 720, 60 frames a second, and 13,000 kilobits per second I'm streaming at the moment.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that, actually. I'll run a test to see where I'm at, because I think I'm somewhere around we got iRacing here, we're broadcasting, looking at all the data, and we're still hitting 80 down, so plenty of room for improvement, especially if it goes bigger and we're doing streams and podcasts. It's going to go a lot further.
Yeah, well, I'm doing, that's 13,000 up. So that's what I'm pushing up at the moment, 13,000 kilobits per second up. Download is around about 80,000 kilobits per second down, I think.
You can't complain about that, can you?
No, I can brag about it though.
Oh, definitely, by all means. And especially now, it's slowly in developments to get better in Australia. Need more. It's just never-ending beast, same as what iRacing is.
Oh, exactly right. And we've got Nathan Mankey in the combox with us. Welcome, Nathan. Having a look at your car on track at the moment. Mr. Rizzo's driving it, and you might be able to correct me here, but it looks like we've got 3 cars on the lead lap in Class B at the moment.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Bernie. Thanks for the welcome. We're sitting what looks like to be a solid second place at the moment, about 30-35 seconds ahead of Schwick, and Ross is slowly wheeling in gains, but I'm not sure if we're going to make enough on him before they swap back to their premium driver, so have to wait and see on that, I guess. We're sort of like probably praying for a yellow to bring us right back up on his tail at this stage. Yeah, it's been an eventful race for us today.
Yeah, it certainly has. It seemed like it pretty much went sour for you guys very early on in the race, probably about a minute in, if that. But a great recovery drive for you guys, and to be up into second with an hour and 55 minutes to go, you probably didn't think that was going to happen this morning.
Well, before Shorty accidentally had an incident with the car and give us a run through stop go, but due to being exceptional drive from Ross as usual to get us out in front, and then I drove better than I usually did. We stayed out in front of the gains and that, actually got our lap back, and was leading the race by nearly a lap for a very long time, but then just due to the stop go penalty and a couple other little incidents, we've dropped back to about 30 seconds back to second. So at one stage we were really looking like a lock for first place, but that was still with about 3 hours to go, so you know, still a long way to go even now. So
yeah, well that just goes to show how quickly things can change in endurance racing, and it doesn't take much, does it, to get a penalty or have a bit of a coming together, as we see your car now having one of the HPDs tiptoe around the outside, and no contact there. And we're looking at the 393 Swift Racing's third at the moment. It looks like you've got a fairly good sizable gap to those guys though.
Yeah, we should be able to maintain that gap. Ross is probably going to run it through to the end, so we're well within the pace to maintain that gap. It'll be interesting how pit strategies play out. At the moment we're sitting on, well, what appears to be a even fuel stop window with Fusion, so, but I'm not sure where Swift Racing is sitting in that window, so yeah, getting pretty good mileage out of the car, so that's a benefit.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I guess, you know, you're probably left off the hook if you guys don't win this, because we've managed to con Sean into the shoey, and Ross, we conned him into a shoey, so I think you'd be next on the list.
Yeah, well, pretty much if we hold this second or end up third, we've sort of got a rule if we podium due to starting it off on the third place at Daytona. It's sort of become a unofficial in-house team rule now that whenever we podium the car in the Selby, one driver is nominated to do the shoey, and yeah, that's me this week, so looks like, yeah, I might be drinking from the old boot come about 2 hours from now.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I was going to say, we have another rule here on RRTV, and that is when you do it, you've got to film it, put it up on your Facebook page so we can share it with all the viewers, because a few of them are joking that they get to meet the Pro Force Racing team while you're drinking out of a shoe.
No, well, that's not a problem. I'm a bit of a clowner, or can be a bit of a clown at the best of times, so I don't mind putting myself on show. Could be a lot of fun. Be interesting. I have a pretty weak stomach, so it could get messy, but I should be right.
Oh, well, if it gets messy, it might go viral. You never know. You might start a new craze.
Yeah, that's it. Bloody, yeah. Yeah, what can I say? My mind's all over the place at the moment. I'm trying to keep a close eye on all these numbers, fuel numbers. It's going to be interesting. Going to be a little bit of number crunching in this last stint.
Yeah, no worries, but we'll let you go very shortly. But before we do, just give a shout out to all your sponsors, and we'll let you get back to the slide rule and working out all your calculus or whatever it is you do.
Yeah, I'm the numbers man, and yeah, I probably pick up the calculator at least 15 times in the last stint. So I constantly rechecking the numbers. So yeah, but to our sponsors, it'd be GTI, Kione, Edge Auto, Race Centre, Acacia, Marketplace, Plus Fitness, and Aussie Gamers Express.
Fantastic.
Thanks a lot for that, Bernie. Probably not the best guy to interview, but yeah, I'll get there. Kind of new at that stuff.
Oh, you've done a really good job, and it's always a pleasure having a chat with you guys and all the rest of it. I was going to say, you say you're a bit of a character. I think you'd have to be in the team you're in because you're surrounded by them.
Yeah, very much. Shorty's definitely out there. Ross is like, I don't know, he's like the cool-headed Iceman of the crew, like always polite, never seems to like let the pressure get to him that much. So, but yeah, me, I'm just excited with the efforts I've improved. I was 3.5, 4 seconds off the race pace last week at Road America. I was only a 1.5 seconds off the race pace today, so I don't know whether it's a track yet, we'll have to wait and see, but yeah, been thoroughly enjoyable. And it's always funny when Shawnee's in the car, you're always expecting something to happen because he's fiery and aggressive, so
Yeah, that's right. Before we let you go though, I'm going to see if Daniel's got any questions for you, and because I did see you jump in a moment ago. Daniel, do you have anything you want to speak to Nathan about?
I was just going to say, how's Ross Fighter? Are the eyes hanging out the head after last night doing the Sim Asia series?
Yeah, well we all raced that last night. He hasn't said anything about being tired. It'll be interesting to see how he goes through because he's doing like pretty much triple stinting overall this last sector of the race. So, but he hasn't complained that he's tired or anything. So I think he's all right there. But these guys have been doing the SRA before you guys for quite a few weeks now. So I think they're sort of acclimatised to the mission.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard backup. Well, I raced it last night, and you find it hard going from that to the long enduros. It does make it a bit more difficult. How are you finding the tyres? I know we've heard from a few guys that have said they're double stinting and some are attempting triple stints. Have you been trying that attempt, or are you still finding it's easy to take the tyres at each stop?
Nah, we've found, well, from what we can tell, from what we've been watching with Fusion Sim Racing, they've been taking tyres every stop. If they haven't, well, yeah, we've got some unbelievable pace or had really good track position, but we've been taking tyres every stop. We tested the tyres earlier in the week, and after one stint, even with Ross driving, who's very smooth, you're wearing them down. The outside rights we're down to like 65%, so 70 at best. So we sort of come to the conclusion it was better not to double stint the tyres. Seem to, they seem to go a bit off towards the end of the stint. Or it feels like they do. It might be our setup compared to fuel load as well. I'm not real into the setting up of the cars, so I can't be certain there, but
yeah, I know from some instances, like, I mean, I drive the Mercedes in the Sim Asia series, and I find being it is front engine, it does tend to chew those front tyres. So I mean, if you guys are able to at least push 2 stints, you're doing much better job than I am at it.
Well, Road America, we didn't have an issue with it. We almost considered triple stinting them. But, I mean, look, I don't want to give away too much of our game at the end. Yeah, we might need to try something a bit out of, like, think outside the box to try and find this time back on Fusion Sim Racing. Been discussing a few ideas, but yeah, at this stage we've been single stinting the tyres because we don't want to be at a disadvantage and end up in a very close battle towards the end and have a grip issue that means we can't get past them or hold our position. But yeah, we're tossing up a few ideas, trying to find the way back first.
Yeah, and you think there's any possible change you may need to do something with tyres to try and find a little more performance, or you're quite settled with the balance of the car as it is now?
Well, we noticed Gaines has come out. He was lapping with me when I was out in the stint. I'm the C driver. Like I said, I'm about 1.5 seconds off the pace. And Gaines was struggling to outlap me over my stint, and now he's only a second off of Ross's pace pretty consistently. So we were wondering, that brought us to have a look at our tyre pressures. We were wondering whether they made a tyre pressure change during, far out, forgot the other bloke's name, the real fast guy that drives for him. So we had a look at our...
Damien.
Yeah, we noticed after, Dane's got back in the car, he seems to have a little bit more consistent pace. So we've had a look at our rear tyre pressures, and they are a little bit down on hot pressures. So we're going to try and adjust them at the next stop and see if they can, hopefully give Ross even 2 or 3 tenths or something around the track, or a bit more confidence in the car.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll let you get back to it. Keep the eye on the Motec and look at all the data, and you may find that few tenths in the tyres there. Hopefully, no further dramas, and you guys get in for a really good fight with Fusion Sim Racing towards the end of the race.
Yeah, we'll keep it clean to the end, and hopefully maybe a yellow comes out and we can have an interesting battle like we did last week, or we can find that time. I know I haven't looked at the times for a while, but I couldn't see Ross being any more than about 15 seconds behind at this stage, so probably less. Hopefully. Just really not sure what to do yet, but we're working on it.
No worries. Well, we'll let you get back to the boys, and I say best of luck for the remainder of the race, and hope to talk to you on the podium at the conclusion.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Bernie and you always do a great job on their commentary, and I've always got the broadcast up when I'm not driving. So great to listen to, and thanks a lot.
And you're about to take the lead here, Nathan, because Andrew Gaines in the 347's taking service as we speak.
Beautiful. And McPhee's back in the car. This will be interesting. All right.
Yep. All right, we'll let you go, mate. Best of luck.
No worries, mate. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy your commentary, and hope to speak to you again soon.
So that was Nathan Menke there for Proforce Racing GTI, and he sounded a little bit nervous, didn't he, when we said that they're taking service and their fast driver's just getting back in the car.
Yeah, just a little. I mean, Damien's a quick guy. Whether you got him in the Mercedes like he is now, or the Audi, which I remember seeing him run a few other leagues in, he knows how to get the most out of the car and push. So, if they can get a few clear runs, keep the time up, they've definitely got a solid chance of getting in there. And Ross is quick as well. So, I think with those two going at it, we're in for a really good conclusion.
Oh, we definitely are. It's the closest in the classes at the moment as far as the racing goes. Looking up the front, it's Fusion Sim Racing's race to lose. They're 2 laps up at the moment over the 102, which is Redback Racing, and then the 117 Dynamic Sim Racing in third there with Mark Rayner. That's another thing, Dynamic Sim Racing in the Class A today. They've had a good run, and this car's been pretty much in the top 5 all day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they got 2 cars in the top 5, car 1 and 3. So, and they're a lap apart from each other. So, I mean, they've got potential that those two might duke it out at the end. And that's really good to see. And to have the numbers to field the couple of cars to run for this sort of an endurance event is even better as well.
Oh, it certainly is. It's always fun. You need the action out there, otherwise this caper gets a bit too laborious. But hopefully we'll continue getting some action in Class B. It'll be interesting to see with the Proforce Racing. They're keeping their cards fairly close to their chest, but the way Nathan was talking, they've got some trickery up their sleeves that no doubt we'll see unfold. Yeah,
and I mean the hard thing especially with the way iRacing sort of developed now, is you're very limited with what modifications you can do to your car. Like, unlike real life where you can pull a car into the garage, make a spring change or a ride height change somewhere along the way, really for these cars now you've got tyre pressures. So most guys will be running live telemetry from Motec, and they'll evaluate at the end of each stint how those tyres have performed, and while that's the only limited adjustment we've got, that's your biggest contact with the road. So that'll make gains plus or minus, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, and I think the way iRacing's evolving, at some point, I think we may hopefully get more dynamic ways we can tune the cars during the race. As you said, at the moment, a lot of the time you can really only fiddle with tyre pressures once a race starts. It'd be good if you could tune them up a little bit more as the race progresses.
Yeah, definitely, and it might lead to things, especially if we get day-to-night transitions and the ability for more cars. You might end up with something like you see at Le Mans, where they take a full nose off the car, they make a tweak, and they send it back out. Currently, it happens. We've either got to use a fast repair, or we're stuck on the lane for 10-15 minutes, depending on how long that service takes.
Yeah, well, exactly right, and I'm sure that's something they'll be looking at. I don't know if we're going to see day-to-night transitions for a while. I know for the last year or two people have been talking about it, and iRacing hasn't really said anything about it, have they? They've set up the shadows and gone to DirectX 11 to give them that good base to do it, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem to even be on their radar at the moment.
No, and that's something we don't know. It's probably something that's in development in the back end, that behind closed doors, that we don't see. But now they've got dirt, they've got a little more adjustability with how the track dries and changes. It may lead to wet weather transitions to begin with, and then go to the night ride. But then they need to sort of update some of the cars, like Porsche, for instance, doesn't have driving lights that the Audis or the HPDs have on it. So I know it'll be in steps and progressions as it goes through, but weather transition might be the first step that we see on the path to the day, the night, and further on from there.
Yeah, we've got to get the tractor first. Then once we get that, day to night transitions and wet weather racing might be the go.
Absolutely, and I don't know. Have these guys raced at Sebring as yet?
No, they haven't yet.
Because if they did that as a night race, for instance, and it may not do, I dare say it'd be a daytime race, I think you'd struggle to even get something like the Porsche around, especially on a track like that where the lighting is very limited. You don't have the ability to turn those headlights on.
Well, exactly right, and it's due September the 10th in this series. We'll be going to Sebring, so yeah, and for the viewers that are new to this series, it's a year-long series, and basically we started February the 19th at Daytona. It was a 10-hour night race. Then we went to Road America last month. This month we're at Phillip Island. Next month, May the 7th, off to Spa, and then from there we go to Le Mans in June 4. In fact, I'll bring it up so you guys can see the schedule. And yeah, night race. The next night race, Daniel, is at Twin Ring Motegi. So that track, it's not that well lit, is it? So that's when we're going to see it. But then again, I've seen a Skip Barber race around there at night, so it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we do the V8s on the West Circuit, I think it is, for that track. But in general, there's a lot of dark patches around there. I mean, it was never a circuit, as far as I'm aware, was designed with night racing in mind. The oval definitely has a lot of light over it, but that's a very limited portion of that track as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll just have to see what iRacing's working on next, and no doubt they seem to let us know when they can release it. But of course, sim racing software is very competitive. I was looking at Assetto Corsa, and that's looking really impressive as far as graphics and all the rest goes. But yeah, so I'm not complaining in any case.
No, and I mean, we've seen over the years, especially with sim development, you come from the likes of GDR2, where the engine that they had gave you that option for the day and night and wet weather. Then we look at iRacing, where it's more physics based. The cars are, in theory, a lot closer to real life specification. And then you got the likes of Assetto Corsa, which is trying to mimic what iRacing do, but then at the same time now have the weather side of it, which is something that we all greatly want here, and especially even if they do the weather with more effects from wind, so tailwinds, crosswind on the car, that makes a lot more impact on spoiler settings and wings as well.
Oh, definitely. And you got the dirt, of course, which everyone's talking about. We've been talking about it off and on all day, but just having a look at the 340 Arm Racing. These guys are having a great run. They're 8th in class, still out there, and just trying to work out how far behind the leader they are now. It looks like they're 6 laps down, but having a good run.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think these guys also raced AEC last season, so they've built on the knowledge, especially running that car. And while a lot of people say 6 laps is a big gap, they keep the cars nice and clean now, and they've got room to move ahead. There's only a couple of cars 1 lap ahead of them, so they've got the possibility to jump a few spots towards the end of this race as well.
Oh, definitely, and never underestimate how tough it is, folks out there, how tough it is on these teams to get these cars to the end. A lot of work goes into setting them up, practicing. They've also got to make sure the drivers are similar in skill level, as well as happy to drive a car to a certain setup. We were talking to Tim earlier today, and he was saying in the 237 all 3 drivers had different brake bias settings, so they always, whenever they got in, had to remember to tweak the to the brake bias the way they wanted. So they're all the little things we don't really see going on behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I mean, I know personally for myself, I like a car with a little more understeer in the front. I just find it a little more comforting to get around. I know other guys that love a real pointy car, and you can drive the sets, but like you say, you got to play around a lot with brake bias to sort of find your comfort zone with it as well. So it's hard, one, to get a team that works together and likes what the setup is, and then 2, it's another thing to find a team where everyone's within that half second to second time range to give you the best chance for the race results as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And 1 hour 33 minutes of this racing to go. We've been on air now for an hour and a half, folks, so it's just about time for us to take a quick 5-minute break, and because I've run out of coffee. That's a real reason. But we're just going to run some of our sponsors' advertising, and then we're going to be back to call the rest of this race.
Selby Acoustics is one of Australia's largest online retailers of home theatre and hi-fi accessories. Our website and showrooms in Hallam and Geelong offer over 2,000 quality products and the best prices guaranteed for all your audio and video needs. Our reputation for outstanding customer service and expert advice has been built over years of providing great value and after-sales support. With hundreds of products shipped from our Melbourne warehouse daily, our team understands your passion for all things audio and video.
Welcome back, folks. I hope you got to stretch your legs while we had those advertisements going. And we're back racing. We can see the 340 Arm Racing at the moment got their hands full with one of the HPDs trying to get past, but that's pretty much been the story all day for the GT3 class, Daniel.
Yeah, it has. I mean, and most of the GT3 guys are really now at the point where they're holding their line, they're doing what they need to do, and HPDs are just picking them off in now looking to be reasonably appropriate places and the high-speed sections on the outside. So, doing that, we're not going to get those safety cars, which is a good thing because no one wants to see a train of cars stuck behind a safety car. But I've just seen Phil Hobson just have a big lose coming through turn 1 as well.
Yeah, we're going to jump back because Frank Rosenbauer all of a sudden was off track as well, so I think they might have had a bit of a coming together here. This was in turn 2 though. So just having a look at the replay as they come down Gardner Straight into Doohan Corner. We'll just see what's happened here. He might have done it all to himself. He's got the 385 behind him, but no HPDs.
No, and just behind that battle that we're watching now with Edgar Johns in the Sim Fusion car, he's just taken his normal racing line and pushed out through turn 1, and looks like they just hip and shouldered with the HPD alongside him. So I don't think there was a big issue there. It looks like he was taking appropriate line and running it. So hopefully there's no further penalties or actions to come of that one either.
Yeah, we're going to jump back to have a look at that as well. That was Phil Hobbs in the HPD driving. And who was it? Edgar Johns, did you say?
Yeah, car 348 with Fusion Sim Racing.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at this as you can see him coming on the straight. That car's looking pretty bent. I did see him go into the wall pretty heavily. And then I think Phil Hobbs also hit the wall or the inner guardrail pretty heavily as well in that HPD.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's an easy thing to do. Looks like Egg just got clipped both corners of the car there, front and rear. So if they've got a fast repair left, they might be able to use it. But I think that steering's still pretty straight. And looking at the other car, it didn't seem to get that much damage. It was just a bit of a off-track grass excursion, missed everything else. So he's very lucky to have not found any of the safety barriers or anything like that.
Yeah, he certainly was, and that was quite... How could you say it? It was pretty opportunistic, that move, but I guess once you commit to a line, you pretty much have to take it.
It is, and it's a hard thing, especially with those GT cars, because once they're set, they've got nowhere to move or adjust their line. Even grabbing the brakes is likely to put a spin on those cars. So Phil was probably maybe a little too far behind to make that move effectively to begin with, but you've got to go for those things, and it's a shame to see it sort of end up the way that it did end up with that.
Yeah, I just think the HPD pretty much run out of road because, as we've been saying, the GT3s, they will float out, not as much as the Porsches, but anyway, it's multi-class racing. They're going to have incidents like that in 10 hours, and hopefully we're not going to see any more of this class sucks and its class sucks and all that stuff that we've seen generally happening off air. Yeah,
I mean, every car has its own distinct feel and drive to it. So HPDs are definitely stronger corners, and obviously the top end is their benefit. The GT cars, are that heavy weight that can take a bit of abuse that something like the HPD or other series Formula Ones and the likes can't handle. So each to their own. It's not a desired result. You want to see two cars coming together. It's headaches for both teams and doesn't help the multi-class gamesmanship. But like I say, it's racing, and unfortunately these things are going to happen. Exactly right.
And overall, though, from what we've heard, the classes are getting on pretty well. You can see as Mark goes around the Swift Racing, there's a lot of respect by both teams. They're slower cars holding their lines, which they're supposed to do. The faster cars are finding it most of the time a safe place to pass and doing that. So all in all, I think it's one big happy family.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are going to come back and they're going to race with each other again, hopefully next weekend, and more races to come. So you don't want to build that rivalry where you come alongside and they pull a hard block on you or something like that. Everyone wants to be able to get through and race and promote the sponsors that we're now starting to see come into this. And no one likes it when it gets to the point where it's he said, she said. So.
Oh, exactly right. And I tell you what, all racing drivers have very long memories, and if you pull a block on one driver one day, there's going to be a day when revenge is on the agenda. We see it in the V8 supercars, real life racing, and no doubt we see it in sim racing as well, where that bad blood builds up over time, and then it normally ends up on track somewhere.
You do, and it's a shame to see it happen when it does. Like I said, everyone's here to have a go, and we're doing this because we love doing it. We're not here to start a war with someone, and unfortunately, yes, there's probably going to be multiple times you're going to run into someone particular. Whether you choose to make something of it or not is entirely on you. So, hopefully, it doesn't happen. But I'm sure it's going to happen whether we like it or not.
Oh yeah, it's like any sport, any club. You're always going to have that inter-club rivalry, and it's just part and parcel of life, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a look back through some of the standings. Looks like Fusion, Redback Black have actually come back inside a lap, or a lap down, from Fusion Sim Racing at the moment as well, so it might have been a pit stop there that we've just missed, but if they get a safety car, well, that's another car one lap closer to finish out the race as well.
Yeah, I think we did miss not a safety car, we'd notice those. I think we did miss a pit stop. It looks like Josh Burden is back in that car now and driving the wheels off it, and I think the 102 with Joseph Fabian and Redback Team Black, they're due for a pit stop soon.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the window is for that, but I see there's a couple of cars around lap 30, so we might be 5 to 6 laps sort of nearing the end of their pit stop window at the moment.
Yeah, and we just saw one of the, I'm just trying to pick that up, one of the Blackadder boys exiting stage left back there.
I noticed, I think that was the green Blackadder car. I don't know if they've actually got a livery on for this event.
Yeah, it's I think it's a 67. Jake Fox was in that car. I think it's that car that just had the off.
Yes, that's the car themselves. I'm just going to roll back quickly and just sort of check out what's happened there. They've got I think they've just run it wide. Might have been a slight touch or maybe a bit of netcode, but it's got a bit of a wobble there and just sort of gently nudged itself off into the gravel traps at turn 2.
Yeah, we just had a look at there. The Swift car was behind them. I'm not sure if there's any contact. If there was, it was extremely light contact, but it looks more like he, as you said, got a wheel off there and got a little bit wobbly.
Yeah, either that or they might be running a slightly lower wing, and if the tyres are a little bit used, they don't have the grip levels that they'd be expecting there either.
Well, exactly right, and we know that we spoke about it earlier. The rear wing on this car now is affecting its balance a little bit since the update, so it could have just caught them off guard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it's anything too major. It doesn't look like there's much damage on it, so they'll get in there, scrub the tyres off and go again, so hopefully not too much time lost for them.
Yeah, and as far as penalties go, folks, we'll update you on the last 3 that have been issued. The 233, that's the Lone Wolf Racing Scott Nolan driving that. We saw that big incident they were involved in, where they spun across the track and got cleaned up by the 101. They actually got issued a drive-through penalty for that, and they've had to serve that. The other one was the 116, Nino Natal driving that car, Dynamic Sim Racing. They had contact with the 314, and that was the Selby Racing Audi. They also had a drive-through penalty issued to them. Now, some of these drive-through penalties, folks, they're like 50 laps old, but we're just trying to keep you updated with what has been affecting some of those drivers out there. The latest penalty, which was issued on lap 342, was to this car on screen, the 103 Phil Hobbs Redback Racing Team White. They were issued a drive-through penalty for contact with the 348, and that's a Fusion Sim Racing car, and I think that's the one we saw most recently.
Yeah, I believe that's the one that's got Edgar behind the wheels at the moment. I think. Yes, yeah, and they've actually too just done a stop recently, and they've got Bobby Jovanovic in the car as well now.
Yeah, so this is the one we saw hit heavily in the wall just after Doohan Corner there. That was the latest incident, and they got front and back damage on that car, so I'd say they've used up their 2 fast repairs.
Yeah, it was a really quick stop, so it was a 2-minute stop, so I'm assuming it's tyres, fast repair, full tank of juice and a driver swap on that one.
Yeah, the car's looking pretty average though, so if they did use a fast repair on it, it's looking like it's, I don't know, a Dodgem car on late disco night or something, I don't know.
Yeah, actually, maybe they didn't. I'm just looking at that car now, and it's still got a bit of rear wing, and the bonnet's all pushed in a little bit, so they might be without it. So it could have been mandatory repairs just to get that car back out, which is why it took a little longer as well.
Yeah, I'd say they would have had to do some sort of mandatory repair to it, because it went pretty heavily into the wall, as we see them now just passing the Porsche back there, and that's the 233 with Scott Nolan driving it, Lone Wolf Sim Racers, second in class.
Yeah, so it's going to slow them down a little bit in a straight line, and having that extra damage is a little annoying, especially for some of your right-hand turns where you might be using a particular part of your bonnet, like we hear some of the V8 guys do with the hump, to sort of align where the cars are.
Yeah, that's an old trick with that, isn't it, with the Falcon, is using that to line up where the wheels are going to go.
Yeah, well, I guess that's just a Falcon thing. You know, if it was a Skyline, wouldn't have an issue.
What do you mean if it's a Skyline they wouldn't have an issue?
Well, they don't need to worry about using markers, they're too quick.
Okay.
So I'm a Skyline guy from way back, so bring back 92 anytime you're ready.
I'm still getting over being called a pack of arseholes, or whatever he called us.
Well, yeah, that came out in that Bathurst race, but I mean, for what it was as a car, they're phenomenal. Yeah,
well, they certainly were. I was up there that year, but fortunately I'd left because it was bucketing down rain really most of the day there, and I left and got home when I saw that whole thing unfold.
Yeah, that's probably got to be one of the worst Bathursts as far as weather conditions goes, not to mention some of the comments that were thrown around afterwards, but the weather condition out there was horrendous. I don't think you could drive a V8 in that type of weather and get as far through the race as they did.
Yeah, well, exactly right, and you look at the Skylines when they aquaplaned off, and you think if any car like that car is going to aquaplane off, it's pretty darn treacherous.
It is, and just if you want to quickly jump up to car 102, they've had some contact. I think it was the 340, bit of 3 wide action there.
Yeah, we can see them coming on the straight. They're actually down on speed as well.
Yeah, that's going to be something to keep an eye out, just to see if there's any if it's called by race control or just left as it is.
Yeah, we're having a look at the replay now as they go across Lukey Heights. So we're just having a look now. We've got the 340 on the inside, and he's been sandwiched in by both Redback cars, and he's gone wide. which is no fault of his, but yeah, heavy coming together by both of those cars, and yeah.
Yeah, and it looked like Cohen Adard took evasive actions off onto the dirt to avoid those cars as well. So they've suffered a little bit in that exchange.
Yeah, it was pretty touchy there for the 340 though. He didn't have anywhere to go, and that was Frank Rosenbar. He was ganged up by both Redback HPDs there.
Yeah, and that's a really tight spot to be in. I mean, you can't move those cars any more than what he was doing, so it's always going to wash out through the corner, especially as you're trying to gain as much momentum as you can. And the HPD maybe was a touch back too far to attempt the outside move, but I understand why he's trying to do it in keeping position over the other car. So it's not an end result you want to see by any means, and we've said it many times, it's going to happen with multi-class racing. Cohen did a great job to avoid any further big issues, but at the same time he sort of paid a bit of a penalty in avoiding it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard when you've got a GT3 with one HPD trying to pass. That's one thing, but when you've got a GT3 and you've got a HPD on either side of you coming onto out of that part of the circuit, you're pretty much traction limited at that point anyway, so it was a bit of a HPD sandwich there.
Yeah, with a side of McLaren.
Yeah, I thought you were going to throw in a
Mercedes. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were going to throw in a side of mustard or something.
I didn't think of that, or a bit of tiger if you go that way with the tiger-coloured paint scheme, but mustard's probably more appropriate.
I'm not even going to go there.
No, I wouldn't go there either. I don't suggest it.
No. I'll tell you what though, folks, my coffee's calling. I'm going to be back in 30 seconds at the most, because I've worked out this ad break we throw on, it's not enough time to make a coffee. So I'll be back in a minute. You just do a tap dance or something for the viewers. Yeah, so I'm back. Did you finish doing your stand-up comedy act or whatever?
Look, I thought I wouldn't embarrass myself that much by doing it. I'm sure I can do it enough without that.
No, you're doing a great job, and second time commentating, I think it is for you, and people would think you've been doing this for years.
Yeah, I think was a pit lane reporter for not the week just gone, the week prior for the Australian V8 series on the Friday night. So it's a big change. It's a little more involving to see where everyone's at, and then try and keep abreast of what's happening on the track at the same time.
Yeah, it's not too bad though, is it?
No, if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying.
Oh, exactly right. I sit up all day just sweating bullets about doing this. It's the hardest job I've ever had to do in all my life.
Yeah, no, actually, it's really good to see this side of the fence to being in the car, one-sided driver opinion only. So, having driven the cars is definitely a big advantage to that. And you can kind of understand a little bit the mentality of some of the drivers and what they're doing and sort of going through. But it's really enjoyable too to sort of see this bit and then find out from the guys that we get come in sort of how they're planning on a technical point as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's I always say to the people that wonder what it's like to commentate, if you're a racing driver, you've got blinkers on, you're seeing your section of the track, you have no clue what's going on outside of your little zone or the part of reality you're in at that time. But jump into commentary, you get to see the big picture normally, and you get to see the story unfold, I guess you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just had word come across for a black flag regarding car 331 and 102 for avoidable contact as well.
Okay, so the 331, I'm just trying to pick up the 102. That's Joseph Fabian. That was to do with that incident we saw. But I thought it was a 340 they were involved in.
Yeah, that's I'm under the impression it was the 340 also.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be the 340 because there's no 331 out there.
No, not that I'm picking up either, so I'm not sure. No, it is 340 in the penalty, so I think it might be, that's lap number, 331.
Yeah, lap 331. So that was that incident we saw, and we can see now Frank bringing that car in for service. And I'm just having a look. They've actually, I think they've issued that to the 340 for contact with the 102. So that's an interesting call.
It's a hard one, especially when you're the meat and the sandwich. You can't go anywhere. I think he did the best he could to avoid as much of that issue as possible. And especially when you've got someone up your inside, someone on your outside, the guy in the middle, his hands are tied. He can't do anything more than that.
Oh, that's right. And I think I can see why the penalty was issued, because he probably jinked to the outside, but doing that, I think you're right. I think he was avoiding action for the one that was on the inside of him. He had one on the outside and he just had nowhere to go. And so interesting call, but we don't argue with the referees. That's why they get paid the big bucks.
Yeah,
and,
that's it.
Yeah, no point. I learned at a very young age, when you do any sort of sport, no point arguing with the referee, because generally you get into even more trouble.
Yeah, definitely, and we don't know what their configuration for their hardware is. He could be single screen, triple screen, VR, and you've got spotters telling you left and right. You don't know what the circumstances. So, it's unfortunate that they've got a drive-through for it, but it hasn't ended the car. It hasn't ended the HPDs, and they'll be back out again.
Yeah, exactly right. And also with race control, they can get all the different camera angles, which they would have done, and taken a very close look at it from many different angles, where in the ComBox we show the viewers one angle live, and generally we move on, and so no doubt you can tell how long it takes them to come up with that decision, and that is because they are looking at it so closely.
Yeah, I mean, you can sit there and analyse all the angles, and in doing so, especially for us, we're going to miss other results as to what's happening out there for everyone else as well.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's all about the entertainment for us. So, having a look at the moment, speaking of entertainment, we've got Josh Burden out there leading. He's got a 2-lap lead now over the 102, which is now getting serviced in the pits, and Brett Wilson's jumping into that car. Then in third, 3 laps down, is Mark Rayner in the Dynamic Sim Racing entry.
Yeah, it's still a really good top 3, and I'm just keeping an eye on Josh's laps. He's out of his last 5 laps, he's been within a tenth of a second on 3 occasions there. So consistency is right up there. He's 6 tenths off. He's the personal best for that car. So he's finding some really good form, and I think a bit of clear track at the moment is really helping those guys along too.
Yeah, and that's the thing with you see a lot of the top drivers, they will always do consistent lapping, and I guess they've done it for hundreds of hours, but his last lap was a 1:19.587. Mark Rayner's last lap a 1:19.605. So they're still in the 1:19s. They've been in there all day pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, the only time we ever see it dip out to a 20 or a 21 is when you're involved with a bit of traffic. So to keep the consistency and the speed that they're doing up is excellent.
Yeah, and the fastest lap, folks, all day goes to Josh Burden at the moment in the 1:45. The fastest lap for Class A was a 1:18.801. So that's a pretty scorching time, Daniel.
It is, and actually, I've just looked back through the laps for that car. That was lap 2 of this race, so they've been here or thereabouts the entire race, which is really great effort from those guys.
Oh, it certainly is, and just having a read of the commentary, Jake Fox is about to jump into the car and for his final stint today.
Oh, that would be great. So we're going to at least have one driver change going on there. And hopefully we're sort of getting down around that point now where these guys will start thinking about their last stops, whether they need a tyre pressure change and how they're going to sort of come out and run the last few laps. It looks as well like we've still got a really good battle heating up for position 1 and 2 in the GTs with Proforce and Fusion. They're back on the same lap now as well.
Yeah, and trying to get a gap. Let's have a look at the leaderboard and see if that tells us. The gap's actually 14.87 seconds. Excuse me, now between those guys, so it's definitely closing up, and it's still anyone's race in Class B.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you got 2 quick guys in Ross and Damien, so I think they're going to give us a good show towards the end. It'd be nice to see a third, but Swift Racing have still got a good little buffer zone to Selby, and knock on wood like we're always doing, they might get through quite comfortably in a 3rd position there.
Yeah, well, that's right, and that Selby car, that's been pretty strong all day as well, so can just see now, looking at the back of the Proforce Racing car here and the HPD, you can just see how quickly they close up and go by here.
Oh, they do. Like, the brakes in those things are phenomenal, and you're so much quicker through the mid part of the corner that while the GT cars are sort of nursing the gas to get back up there, the HPD is generally flat stick, and they're coming at a rate of knots.
Oh, for sure, and they're scary as hell, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you need to drive with a bit of tape on the eyelids to keep the eyes wide open.
Yeah, well, I think if I was in one of these cars with all these HPDs zooming past, I wouldn't need any tape. I'll tell you what, I might need some tape somewhere else to stop something else happening, but anyway, we're not going there.
Just keep a clean pair beside you.
Yeah, like tear-offs.
Well, yeah, or I'm sure they do an adult diaper range, don't they?
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Coming in, we're just ticked under the hour to go mark. Still in for a lot can happen. I think pit stops are slowly coming to an end here, or to begin. So that's going to be quite a bit of interesting action, and yeah, all going well. Like I said, no safety cars to the end. Okay,
so we've only had 2 safety cars all day, so I don't think we're going to see any more safety cars.
Well, I hope you're knocking on some wood for that, because with that hour to go, that's still a lot of time for anything to happen, and we're at that final stage where everyone's pushing as hard as they can to gain, a spot or 2 here and there where they can. Yeah,
well, I'm not knocking on any wood. There's not going to be any more safety cars for the rest of the day. I don't want a safety car. No one wants a safety car. Absolutely not.
No, that's it, definitely.
I'm just trying to type and talk at the same time here.
Oh, good luck with that. I can't do it. If you work out the magic tip, by all means, let us know.
Yeah, I think the magic tip is to stop talking while you type.
Right, I'll have to remember that, because I'm no good at that. We're just having a look here. It looks like there's a battle looming too for 4th and 5th in GT3 between Fusion and Selby. They're both tracking on the same lap, 2 laps behind their class leader, or 4 laps behind their class leader.
Yeah, that's Paul Mansell in that car at the moment, isn't it? And that car's looking pretty straight. I was expecting to see a lot of second-hand cars, but there's not too many second-hand cars there. I think they're all parked in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, with the exception, I think, of the bit of damage that's on the Fusion car, most are looking reasonably straight at this point in time. So I think that should be really good to see us out. Looks like Josh is starting to range up on a little bit of lapped HPD traffic as well as he finishes this lap.
Yeah, he's got Nino Natal. Well, that's the car Nino Natal was driving behind him, and he's got the LMTI car ahead of him. We haven't seen much of the LMTI car all day, but they're still circulating out there and consistently. Looking at our retirements, folks, the last retirement we had was a 120, and Craig Galbraith was driving that at the time, and that was 93 laps ago. We also lost the 118 with Justin Richardson driving it. That car was really strong earlier today, and in fact I think they were out there leading their class a few times this morning, so it's sad to see that car retire. The 323, Darren McKenzie was driving that car when it retired. The 366 retired as well, and that was the cause of the last safety car. They actually retired about 6 laps later. And of course the 325 is, where's that? I think it's still, no, it's sitting in the pits. I haven't called it a day, but they're 285 laps down, so I'd say their race is done. And we also lost the 137. Colin Schweck was driving. That was an interesting one because one of their team members couldn't come in to do their stint. They did try to bring in Pat O'Hara, but because Pat wasn't a member of the team when they joined, he couldn't join, so they had to retire that car. And of course the 237 also retired. That's the second TD racing car, and that was due to them having an incident with the 233, which is still out there, and that was the Lone Wolf Sim Racers car.
Yeah, and any time you've unintentionally caused an incident with another guy that ends their race, the drivers, whether they're running or not, are still pretty gutted for that as well. Like, I know with AEC last year we had some issues with one of the guys at Daytona, and I was gutted for it because it was right at the end of the race. We were both battling for position, and one bad move on my part, which spun the car, caused him to hit it, and it's not a great feeling for anyone involved.
No, it's not, and it's even more exaggerated, isn't it, when if you're in a team event and you have to come back with a car and you've buggered it. You've got to, you've got that guilt that you've let all these other people down, and it's almost that feeling you've got to walk in and say, sorry guys, or as we see the 233 nearly have to do a sorry guys as Team VPR went around the outside of them coming onto Gardner Straight there.
Yeah, and that's a favoured passing move for a lot of guys going on the outside through the last turn. I think, especially with that HPD, you can definitely carry a lot more speed. You've got the added downforce on it being a prototype as they just go past the Selby Audi there. So it's a hell of a lot of fun when you can do it. It's a bit scary the first few times you have a crack at it, but if everything works well and you're respecting the guy you're trying to get around and they're aware of what you're doing, it's something that can be pulled off quite easily.
Yeah, I would have thought taken to the outside would have been the riskier move, because then you're banking on the fact that the car you're overtaking has enough grip not to drift out and push you off the track.
It is, and it's a hard thing to gauge how they are, and given the quickness of it, you've only got a couple of corners, if that, to sort of gauge where they're strong, roughly what the grip and how the car looks based on a couple of exits. So yes, it's something that can be quite daunting, and it can end pretty painfully if it doesn't work out. But a lot of these guys now, we're running a bit over 9 hours. Everyone's got a feel for how everyone drives, what their car behaviour is like and control. So we should start seeing these passes should be quite clean and crisp, and everyone knows what they're doing.
Yeah, well, at this time of the day, they definitely do know what they're doing, because if they didn't, their car would have retired because they would have probably trashed it by now. Not saying all the cars that have retired, the drivers there didn't know what they're doing. A lot of them do know what they're doing. They've just had a bad run. So that's myself making sure I'm covered so no one thinks I'm saying anything untoward towards anyone.
No, and especially at this last point, like, it's devastating for the guy behind the wheel to ruin the car for everyone. Especially, we heard from Josh where he said that they've put in a couple of hundred laps each to get to this point. So you don't want to be the guy who does it. And if you do, I know in our instance, it's throw the headphones off, get away from everything, and calm down, because you don't want to go talking to everyone as well.
Well, exactly right. That time the blood pressure's up, and the best thing you can do is there's a bit of a bump there from one of the Redback boys on the back of Damien McPhee there, and I've not seen HPDs do much bump drafting, but they definitely did at that point.
Yeah, and there's a couple. That was both the Redback cars going through there, so they're driving pretty close together. Damien wouldn't be wanting to have that, because it's a very easy thing to spin that car out and ruin what's being a really good race result for those guys as well.
Yeah, well, they're the Class B leader, aren't they? And they've got one lap up, but things can change pretty quickly, touch wood, and we can see at the moment they're still continuing on, but it would have been a bit of heart and mouth moment there for Damien.
Yeah, no, it was, and he's just going to be keeping his eye in the mirror and seeing what's happening. Yeah,
that's right, and holding your line and trusting in the guys around you. I think that's the message we've been hearing all day today from the drivers out there.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Damien's really good with how he places the car and where he goes, and he doesn't want to ruin anyone else's race, and certainly doesn't want them ruining his race. So now that's all gone. They'll keep pushing on. He'll want to protect that one lap lead that they've got over Proforce, and hopefully see it straight through to the end now.
Yeah, we're 52 minutes of racing to go. One more stop for all the classes, and then it's going to be a race home. And this is, as we were saying, they'll be looking at how much fuel to throw in these cars. Do they need tyres? And probably which driver they're going to throw in to bring the car home.
Yeah, I'm expecting we've still got a stop for most competitors here. We've seen a couple of cars which have only just recently come in, and depending on the range of, say, the HPD, for instance, they may be able to go now straight through to the end. But I'd say we're probably going to have Josh come in within about the next 10 laps, more than likely. So 2/3 of a tank, more than likely, and maybe a set of tyres. And some of the other guys might be able to splash and dash right at the end.
Yeah, so it's all going to unfold here, folks, in the next 52 minutes, and thanks to all our viewers here that are staying with us on this live coverage of the round 3 of the Selby Endurance Sports Car Championship. It means a lot to all of us in the booth here to have you guys on board and enjoying the telecast.
Yeah, and it gives us something else to talk about. I'm sure these guys have got a few pointers they want us to touch on. So, any other topics that they've got, by all means, send them through, and we're happy to have a discussion about it and add it to a great commentary call.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of these long broadcasts, they rely on conversation to keep them going, because the field is quite spread out at the moment. You'll notice, folks, we're jumping around between cars a fair bit. I'm just hunting to find if there's any action out there, but at the moment it's all quiet.
Yeah, but the only closest thing I can see at the moment is Gregory Collins for LMTI and Nino Natal. They're coming up through a little bit of traffic, but that's, I think, probably one of the closest ones, if not the two Redback boys going around.
Yeah, we're seeing them on screen at the moment. They're continuing their formation flying and scaring the heck out of everyone they're passing, I think.
Yeah, I think we might have to start making some complimentary targets for some of these guys as well.
Yeah, that's right. We could always, really throw a curveball and cover one of the cars with Velcro on the front and the back and watch them stick together.
Well, yeah, we could do that. I don't know they've quite got the shape for it, but it'd be worth having a go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, why not? Could add to some excitement as we see one of the blue HPDs. I'm not sure who that is, just passing Eric Thorpe and Swift Racing. Now, this car's had a hell of a lot of interesting times today, to say the least. and we'll get him back on screen. Swift Racing. I'm amazed this car's still running. You know, they were talking this morning. They had one driver had wheel problems, and then they found they had pedal problems where they lost the brakes intermittently of all things, and the clutch, not that you use a clutch much in this, and then they had internet connection issues, I think. So they've pretty much had everything in this car this morning. They didn't think they were going to see the end of the day, and 49 minutes to go they're running as they bring it into the pits.
Yeah, I don't think I could think of anything worse out of all three of those to have happen to you, but looks like it's just the two boys, Eric Thorne and Josh Nowak, that are driving that one, and Eric's done probably a little more than Josh. I think he's at 204 and Josh is at 144 laps completed respectively, so they're still heading along, and they've just done a driver change as well, Josh jumping in to finish out the race.
Yeah, no, I'm just typing, if you're wondering what I'm doing at the moment. I'm talking to the viewers here, and we're discussing ways we can improve the telecast.
Oh, it certainly can't hurt, and I'm sure they've got a few great ideas as well there. Yeah, but everything seems to have settled down. There's not a lot happening at the moment.
Yeah, we're having a look at the moment. We've got Josh Bird, and these 3 laps. I was thinking, oh my goodness, they're right behind the race leader. It's on. But yeah, it is on, apart from the fact that they're 3 laps apart from each other.
Yeah, I wonder where Josh has gained that extra lap, because they were only 2 laps not that long ago. So Dynamic Sim Racing and Redback are now battling on the same lap, mind you, a bit apart. And Dynamic Sim Racing 1 possibly has a chance to get above and catch up here as well. Yeah,
and if they can, get ahead of Josh Burden, it doesn't even matter. They're 3 laps down. They're going to need 3 safety cars and unlap themselves 3 times. 47 minutes to go. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't. But it leaves us a really good battle for second and third to close out this race.
Yeah, and at the moment they're separated by probably about half a lap. We can see Mark Rayner here. He's just coming down into Siberia, and then we have Brett Wilson on the same lap now, just coming across the start-finish line.
Yeah, and there's a 2.5 lap difference too between when both these cars have pitted, so Brett might be able to stretch that a little further, because you've got adjustable fuel balance in this car, so he might be able to lean that out a little bit. Mark possibly could do the same and maybe extend his run so it's an even shorter stint for the last stop. Looks like Josh is also in the lane for his last stop of this race as well.
Yeah, so we'll try and get a pit lane view of that. Yeah, we can see him down there getting the car serviced now. I'd say he's going to stay in till the end, and be interesting. I guess it looks like they're going to throw some tyres on it, fill her up and send him out, and he's just inside that pit window as well, so we'll see all the HPDs start coming in now. As we can see in the background, the GT3s are coming in for their final stop as well.
Yeah, well, I think we're less likely to see Misfit Racing and James Robbie come in probably next in the HPD. Most of the other cars are around about 15 laps, so about halfway through their stints currently.
Yeah, and we haven't seen much of this car, Misfit Motorsport, with the 199. We've seen it on track, we haven't had it on camera. 7 laps down at the moment, and doing a fantastic job. James's last lap was a 1:22.041. The fastest lap for this car was a 1:20.163.
Yeah, and it's good to see them still progressing through to the end of the race. Looks also like we've got our GT class leader Damien McPhee in pits, and he's also come in at the same time with their sister car and Bobby Jovanovic.
Yeah, we can see them taking service now, and very quick stop for this car. It wasn't a quick stop, 58.9 seconds. They've kept Damien in, So no doubt they're throwing tyres on it, filled it up, and they're good to go to the end now.
Yeah, and I think we'll see Ross Rizzo come in pretty soon for his stop there. Probably down around the end of their tank at the moment at about 37 laps. So 1 or 2 laps and they'll probably follow suit. So we probably see a change of lead again there, depending on where the tyres are taken, I'd say.
Yeah, and Damien's come out in the middle of traffic. That must mess with your head, you know, when you come in and you relax a bit, come out, and all of a sudden you're surrounded by cars.
Not wrong, and especially if they've taken tyres, they're going to be cold, so he's got to bring them up to temperature as well as look at what's happening around him. So there's going to be a lot of blue flags. He'll probably get notification too with that HPD behind him. So he looks like he's cleared them quite comfortably though.
Yeah, the HPD's just working past the Motorless Motorsport Audi, and now he's going to have to keep an eye on his mirrors because it's fast approaching over Lukey Heights, and he comes flying past. I think that was Team VPR.
Yeah, and that's a scary place to be doing. I wouldn't want to be on the outside through that corner. I don't like being on the inside at the best of times either.
No, I find when I drive that in a GT3, I normally hook 2 wheels on the inside of the ripple strip there to give it a bit more coaxing.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially a point where you can feel the car slide if you go in a little too hot, and if you go too hot, well, it's going to plough understeer straight off into the tyres there. Oh,
definitely. And the grass, once you hit the grass, you're pretty much a passenger, as we say.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can stand on the brakes as much as you want. It's not stopping anytime soon.
Exactly right. And can see Mark Rayner out there in 3rd. I think he may have taken his final stop as well, but I'm not sure about the 102. Did we see that car come in?
No, those boys are still running. Mark's just completed 20 laps on this stint so far, so that's nearing half tank, I imagine, and Brett's 18 laps into this stint, so they're running around half a track or lap apart from each other, but still working through this stint of fuel.
Yeah, and I just saw the Swift car in the background there running without a bonnet, so I think they've had a bit of an issue here. I'm just trying to get the car, but up on screen if you're wondering why I'm jumping around here, folks.
Yeah, they've caught the dirt on the outside of the last turn, and she's got a bit of a death wobble, smacked the wall, and then gone off onto the grass and hit the other side.
Yeah, so we're bringing up the replay now, and the dramas for this car continues, but I tell you what, they've done a fantastic job to get this far in the race, and it looks like he's continuing on. Yeah,
a bonnet's not too much. You can still continue with that. I don't think they've done any steering issues looking at it, maybe a little, so they can get that in pits, try and get some of that repaired, and still afford to lose a lap to the Selby guys and sit in 3rd.
Yeah, we're just having a look at this, trying to work out where this incident occurred.
It's just coming out of the last corner onto pit straight there.
Oh yeah, we've got it. Tell you what, hard into the wall. He was lucky he didn't pop a motor doing that.
Yeah, I think maybe the angle was a little lower than a direct hit might have saved it, because there's a bit more damage on that front fender. They may be having internet connections as well, because they just dropped off my screen.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at that from a different angle, and I know that one of the drivers did have internet connection issues, so I'll have a look at this from another angle and see exactly where this car hit. Wow, that was a hard hit, and I think he was getting out of the way of one of the HPDs there.
Yeah, and it's possible that that's exactly what it was, because they've not. I mean, they've now pitted, so I'm not entirely sure how much wear they had on their tyres. It may have even just have worn the fronts out and are just pushing by carrying a little too much speed through that corner as well.
Yeah, we can see basically they've brought that car in, well they had to, with the amount of damage it's had, and they've used a fast repair on that. So this is when having a fast repair up your sleeve can mean a heck of a lot.
Oh, absolutely. If you can save them for this last hour, I know it saved my bacon a few times in the AC last year, having them up there at the end. So, good luck to them. They've kept it. They can go again. So, time to reset and move on.
Yeah, exactly right. And this late in the game, as you said, it can mean finishing and not finishing for sure. And they've got 39 minutes left of this race. They're sitting in third in class, so they're doing a great job. And I'm just having a look. They are 2 laps down. It looks like Ross Rizzo's got the lead for Proforce Racing, and according to my telemetry, they're now a lap up on the 347.
Yeah, the 347 hasn't come into pits yet. Ross is really extending this fuel run, so he's put 40 laps down on this tank of fuel alone. So I'd expect him in possibly either this lap or if he chances it, one more. Yeah,
so at the moment they've got 1 lap up, but it's going to be interesting to see when this car comes in. The 347, they did a 58.9. They're pretty much throwing tyres, fuel at it. So no doubt Proforce Racing will be looking at trying to beat that time. But saying that, their hands may be pretty much tied depending on how much fuel they're going to need to get this car to the end.
Absolutely, and the boys are going to be working on that behind the scenes to work out exactly what they need to get through, and then deciding, do they need the tyres or do they change a couple of tyres and maybe do the working side of the car only.
Yeah, well, it all comes into it, doesn't it? And there'll be a lot of huddling around trying to work this out at the moment, probably with their slide rules, whatever else they use. Sean Thompson's involved, so maybe they use an abacus or something. Then again, he's not that old, is he? He probably wouldn't even know what an abacus is.
Well, I'm not too sure on the age front, I think, so maybe it's a slide rule, it could be the abacus. If he's upgraded, it might be a computer, we'll see.
Yeah.
But Ross is going around again too, so...
Yeah, he is, and we can see now Damien McPhee's held up with a bit of traffic. Trying to go on the outside there of the Blackadder Motorsport 266 leader in Class C, and he thinks twice of that and then goes on the outside going to turn 2 to make a safer move. And he got it wobbled. I tell you what, I'm holding my breath here because he got a bit crossed up in front of the Porsche there.
Yeah, and then he's got the HPD just coming up through the hairpin there as well. So it's one of those things, being on the outside, especially in the GTs, you've got to take a couple of bites and wait for those front tyres to grip up and let you go.
Yeah, that's right. And but I had to hold my breath because we know how potent the Porsches are, and if you get a bit of a wobble in front of them in a GT3, you may get a serve. Which you don't want, but at the moment Ross Rizzo's still out there, as you said, going around again. He's going to have to bring it in soon, 36 minutes to go, but the longer he goes in this stint, the less fuel he needs to get to the end.
Absolutely, and there's the chance too that he's not going to need to replace those tyres either. But back on that Porsche, I mean, it's a car that you can now hang out and drive sideways and a little bit loose and still get away with it, unlike the Audi or a HPD, where the minute it kicks sideways it bites and spits you the other way and off you go.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And I was just thinking, I was fantasising, maybe we should do a broadcast from a car. No, maybe we shouldn't. That would just be silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't think you'd like that guy if you were doing that, would you?
Nah, I'd end up being that guy, I'm sure.
Yeah, most likely, or the woods, left, in the other neighbourhood.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so there's not contact. The 340's gone around in front of our Class B leader there, and good avoiding action. We'll have a look at the replay of this, because it was another hold your breath moment.
Yeah, it looks like the 340's just spun getting out of that corner, so Ross wouldn't have wanted to see him across the track like that, and it was great avoiding action to miss it.
It certainly was, as we look at super slow-mo here. Not that we can see what he could see, but it was good avoiding action there by our Class B leader. As I mess up the whole replay, but anyway.
Oh, it's late in the broadcast, it's allowed, it's accepted.
Yeah, but no contact, they continue on. And I'm just seeing where Ross is at the moment. He's just coming up onto the main straight again. See if he's going to come in this time. He is. So it's all action stations here. We'll see what sort of time they make. 58.9 was the goal that they needed. Having a look at where Damien McPhee is at the moment. He's where is he? He's just coming off turn 4, I think, down towards Siberia.
Yeah, he's just coming out of Honda hairpin now, so he'll be pushing to get ahead and hopefully gain that lap back and get back on where he needs to be with Ross.
Yeah, so Ross is in there now. It looks like they're keeping him in the car to the end here. And where's Damien now? He's coming up towards Lukey Heights.
Yeah, he just slides past the other Simfusion 347 car there. And Ross is on the way, so they've had a really short stop here. They were in... where have we got them? They're in the lane for 27 seconds, so that's fuel only for those guys. Really taking a chance now to get it home to the end. Yeah,
they're gambling on whether they can keep those tyres under them for another 33 minutes of this race. I guess Damien's tyres would be reasonably worn now as well, but he'd have the better tyres of the two. So it's going to be interesting now to see how this race unfolds.
Yeah, well, Damien's going to have 9 laps on his tyres, so still very new by comparison to the 40 plus that Ross has just finished on his. So he's going to have a better lot of grip underneath him. Ross is actually just held up by one of the Blackadder cars as well, so that's only going to help Damien range up on the back here.
Yeah, and that's Jake Fox ahead of him there in the Audi, and Ross is going to want to clear him if he can. He's going on the outside there through Lukey Heights. He does clear him, but he's got to watch his HPD coming up, and he tucks over to let that car through.
Yeah, that HPD came in with a lot of steam there, so it's a good thing he was able to avoid Ross and not ruin their chance for a good finish here.
Yeah, well, the HPD, in fact, drops back behind the 67 Audi. That's how hot he came into that corner. But looking at where Damien McPhee is now, and he's just coming onto the main straight now. Ross Rizzo's just gone across the start-finish line into Doohan Corner.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to sort of see now that Ross has completed his outlap, what his next hot lap time is going to be in comparison to Damien. That's probably going to give us the idea of whether Damien's got a chance, one, to get up there and whether he's going to have the tyres by the end to get past him.
Exactly right, and I just heard from Proforce Racing there, Ross Rizzo, he was wondering about the tyres. Sean Thompson said, don't worry mate, the tyres are perfect. They're perfectly matched. You can go around the outside.
So touch a cold trickle action there.
That's right. He's probably eating ice cream now.
Wouldn't surprise me in that camp. They just got to sit back, put the feet up, and keep a weather eye out and watch him go through.
Pretty much. It's really now the team's done everything they can, haven't they? And it's really now down to Ross to deliver, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now you've taken fuel out of it, you've taken tyres out of it. The last thing is where he runs the line. You're going to have to keep an eye out just to see what the traffic's around, and hopefully they're going to obey the blue flags and give room at an appropriate moment to let these guys through and continue racing hard like they are.
Yeah, so while we see Ross Rizzo now go across the start-finish line, let's give you an update on all 3 classes, just in the top 3. So you can see where the action is. So at the moment, Fusion Sim Racing, the 145, they are pretty dominant in Class A. They've got a 2-lap lead now over Dynamic Sim Racing 3, the 117. and a lap behind second place is Redback Racing Team Black, the 102, and they've got a lap ahead of Dynamic Sim Racing 1. So it's looking like that class is pretty well sorted here, unless something untoward happens to them.
Yeah, I think now that we've got a lap between the top four, so we've got 4 laps covering the top 4 now. Without a safety car and anyone needing to pit, I don't think we're likely to see these positions change.
No, definitely not, but it's more interesting in Class B. Proforce Racing GTI, Ross Rizzo's driving that in the 385s, leading. The gap is 16.3 seconds last time they went across the start-finish line. Fusion Sim Racing 347 is hunting them down. Damien McPhee is in that car and trying to close in. If we look at their lap times, last time through, 129.192 to Ross Rizzo, 128.862 to Damien McPhee. So they're both pushing pretty hard. And then one lap down is Swift Racing, the 393, sitting in third, and they've got 2 laps on the 314 Selby.com.au Racing GT3.
Yeah, so that I think we're going to see probably positions 1 and 2 of the GT, and whether Damien can close that down on those fresher tyres. Swift Racing look pretty secure in P3 now, having a 2-lap buffer to both Selby and the Fusion Sim Racing 348, which are fighting for position 4 laps down off the class lead at the moment.
Yeah, and that's Bobby Jovanovic in the 348 for Fusion Sim Racing, carrying a lot of damage on the front of that car, and we've got Paul Mansell in the Audi, which is looking a lot cleaner, so he won't be suffering from any top-end speed.
No, not at all. And I mean, the Audi prior to the build was probably the quickest car in a straight line. I haven't driven it since, so I couldn't really tell you after this balanced performance change what the difference is, but given it was such a short turnaround to sort of rejig their car to get into that, they're running really, really well here. And if we just turn our attention back to the class lead for the GT3s, Damien was actually a second a lap quicker than what Ross was on those fresher tyres, so that gap's going to start coming down, I think.
Definitely is, and Damien, he wants this win just like Ross does, but the 347, they were leading earlier of the race. Well, in fact, both of these cars have led for lengthy periods of the race at different times, so if Damien can close it in, we're going to be in for a bit of a treat here, I think.
Absolutely, and if they continue doing what they're doing, he's got every chance to do it, especially with those fresh tyres. So let's hope traffic plays nice and we get a really close, good finish to the end of this one.
Yeah, definitely, and that gap now is down to 14.7 seconds last time through, so he's pulled out probably about a good 2 seconds, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. So I think it's gonna finish up really stellar for this one.
Yeah, and do you think that difference in speed could be down to Proforce not taking tyres?
Yeah, it's a hard one to say, especially at this point in time. Like the way, unless you're feeling really comfortable in that car with those tyres, you're either going to either drop off a little bit or you'll hold the position. So Damien, he's a quick peddler of these cars. He knows how to get the most out of them, and I think it's going to get within a couple of seconds towards the back end of this race.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess, from Proforce Racing's point of view, they've probably looked at it and gone, okay, well, if we don't take tyres, we've got the lead. If we do take tyres, we've got a fresh car, but then we've got to hunt down the 347.
Exactly, and I don't know, depending on how long they'd been on those tyres originally, they might have been coming up to their stint to swap them out. So it was probably a forced hand to take them. If not, they've done it to keep the higher speed. And even with the laps that are just run, I mean, Ross was a 129.6 and Damien was a 128.5. So they're still bringing that gap down, and I think having the added advantage of fresh tyres is only going to help that further on.
Yes, the gap's down at 13.6 seconds. And if you're wondering why I'm doing that, folks, it's so we can get a live gap. I haven't updated this overlay yet to give us a live gap, but that will be on my list as well. Looks like we've got Eric down there for the 393. That's the Swift Racing boys, and Josh Noack's racing. So we'll bring him up and have a chat with him while we keep an eye on Ross and Damien McPhee.
Yeah, and we've just had a word too, just come across from race control, that this race will go green now to the checkered flag as well, so no safety cars.
Yeah, they generally do that for the last 30 minutes of the race, don't they?
Yeah, it makes the it's interesting to see a safety car at the end. I understand why they don't, because you want a time certain finish with these, but I think now it's brung what you run, or run what you brung, sorry, and go through to the end.
Yeah, it also means by keeping it out, there's no interference, and it's down to the teams, the drivers, and the car to perform, and without any distractions or any outside circumstances that can affect a result.
Absolutely.
Again.
Hi Eric, welcome to RRTV's Combox, and Josh is in your car at the moment, sitting in third position, so...
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, you couldn't hear me while I was talking?
No, I was jumping between Discord, so...
Okay, yeah, I was saying you guys are sitting in third at the moment. Josh Noack's in the car, and I spoke to you guys earlier today, and you're in all sorts of problems, so I guess you're pretty happy being in the top three.
Oh, we're pretty amazed and stoked. We've had 2 hardware failures today, so I spent a whole stint upshifting with an Xbox controller because my upshift paddle went, and at the first stint Josh's pedals shorted out and everything got stuck on, so we auto-towed, so they didn't call a safety car for it, so we ended up being a lap down and we managed to claw that back.
And here comes a dad joke. I would say you're upshift creek with a paddle.
We're certainly without a paddle, yeah.
There you go. So I've done 2 today. Aren't you lucky you witnessed the second dad joke?
You're on fire.
Yeah, I'm sure a few people would like to set me on fire with jokes like that. But yeah, it's coming down to the wire for the front 2. But as far as your car's concerned, you're a lap behind, but you've got a 3-lap gap back to Selby.
Yeah, we've got no one to race, so we're kind of on our own. Gave Josh the car with brand new tyres, and he's just run too wide on his outlap into the last corner and clipped the grass and speared it in the wall. But we still had our fast repairs up our sleeves, so we're pretty safe in that together.
Yeah, I reckon that's pretty much saved your race there, using that fast repair, because he went into the wall pretty hard, didn't he?
Yep. And yeah, he's had connection problems all race. Unfortunately, Joel hasn't been around, so we've had to make do with Josh on good old 2G wireless data. So it's been a bit sketchy, but he's managed to stay out of people's way and keep it safe, so I don't think we've caused too many issues.
Yeah, we're just having a look at a replay here, folks, because Damien McPhee went off, as you can see on your screens now, and he's rejoined, but that's going to cost him a bit of time, Daniel.
Yeah, it will. It was he was coming up on a few slower GT cars and having a HPD sort of push through, and he's shot the gap to miss them all. I think it might have just been a touch late. He's just run it off the road at the end of Honda there.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, and there's contact.
Yeah, he's just shunted a Porsche, sorry.
Yeah, that was a 211. That was third in class, and shunted him into the wall.
Yeah, I think hopefully not, but that's probably going to end with the drive-through penalty for that one, which unfortunately might wrap this position up.
Yeah, I'd say it will, and if they've got a drive-through, it may help the Swift boys.
Oh, I don't think we've got any chance of catching him, even if they do get a drive-through.
Oh, come on, play along.
Nah, it's they're a couple laps up, so I don't think they'll get any unless they put that Porsche out of contention for a position. The best they'll get is a 1 second stop and hold, so it'll just be about 25 seconds down pit lane, back out. Unfortunately, it ruins the end of the race for everyone. But yeah, I don't think we'll be able to catch them unless they get a pretty long stop and hold.
Yeah, so we'll get a live gap for our viewers in a moment, but then we'll get back to our interview here. So we're just watching Damien McPhee come across the line now, and we'll see exactly what that gap is. So yeah, we'll have to wait because Class B is what I want, 15.6 seconds. So it's cost him about a second in that slight touch there, I think.
Yeah, he didn't hit him very hard. The Porsche's just a bit off balance. I think he's coming a bit too hot, and he's tried to pull it up while he was still turning, and yeah, it only took that little touch to spear the fourth car off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I reckon the runoff we saw him have earlier is what's cost him all that gap time. So now he's just got to tuck back in and get focused on the end here. We've got 19 minutes of the racing to go, and yeah, it's coming down to the wire. But as far as you boys are going, you had some issues there, but it looks like you've overcome them all. What do you do with your failed sim gear now?
Chuck it in the bin. Bloody Logitech.
So what do you do?
Josh's gear's pretty old. I think it's actually been through a flood, so I'm a bit amazed it's lasted that long. Me for now, I actually broke a cog, a sprocket in the cog in this wheel, so it's been a little dicky for a while now. But so the upshift pedal's just another excuse to bin it and get something decent, I think.
Okay, you could always get me to 3D print your little coggy thing if you want. Then it's guaranteed not to work.
Be a surprise when it breaks off.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that responsibility. Can you imagine that? Oh, the 3D coggy thing you gave us broke.
Well, it's always the $2 parts that break for the big teams, isn't it? So you just claim it's just another $2 part.
Yeah, I could do that. No, I still don't want the responsibility. So you can see at the moment Damien's throwing everything he can at this car at the moment, and he knows time's running out. But getting back to you boys, third today, it looks pretty promising, touch wood. And what's the next race we're going to see you boys venture out in?
Oh, probably Spa. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time this year. This year's been a bit of a downer for us. We just had a bad run, so yeah, we'll have a crack at ASCC Spa, and we'll actually do a bit more prep this time. Yeah, we created the setup we're running this morning, so it's a bit of a drift pony. The rear likes to waggle around, so it's been a bit of a handful to drive.
Well, hopefully you'll get it tuned in. I'm going to hand you over to Daniel now and see if he's got any more questions for you.
Yeah, g'day Eric. Mate, how have you found jumping obviously out of the BMW for AEC last season now into the Mercedes?
The big loss is tunability. The BMW is really nice because it had a lot of options and a lot of settings that you could tune. So you could really fine tune it down, and like we were double stinting the old tyres on the BMW just because we could really tune out any understeer and oversteer, get a nice balanced car. The Mercedes, like the BMW had 21 clicks for a rebound, for example, whereas the Mercedes has only got 8. So you're very limited with how much you can fine tune it. So you've got to find the speed in the Mercedes and driving it. That's been the biggest change, I think.
Yeah, and it's probably too a little more out of weight with that motor in front as to what the BMW had as well. Doesn't really help.
Daniel's just clipped another one, unfortunately. Sorry, not Daniel.
Well, I'm not out there today, but yeah, Damien just hit another one by the looks of it as well, Bernie. Just coming through Honda there, he's hip checked another guy off the road, unfortunately.
The BMW is a lot lighter as well. I think we've noticed that. The Mercedes really throws its hulk around a bit more, and you kind of notice the weight.
Yeah, definitely. And with that now, obviously, for this race alone, have you guys been attempting double stints on any of your tyres, or are you staggered tyre sets at all?
No, we're chewing out the rear tyres so quick that it's just not even worth attempting it. Like we're running, I think 7 wing at the rear. Like we went for a really fast stable build this morning just to stable it up so he could drive it for 10 hours. So we're running 7 wing and I think 2.5 degrees of camber on the rear just to keep the rear stable, and unfortunately just chewing out the tyres, so there's not much we can do with tyres this race. It's just been change them every stop.
Yeah, and so obviously now it's end of this race, time for a hunt for some new hardware, I guess.
Yep, have to go shopping. I'm bracing with the thin clamp to the desk. The clamps actually gave up a while ago as well. I've had to make a bit of metal to clamp it onto the desk. So and the caster chair. So the next big thing for me, I think, is to knock up a rig. So I'm not moving around as much while I drive, and start looking at some new pedals and steering wheel hardware.
Yeah, it makes a massive difference going from a table to a fixed rig. I noticed it overnight, especially for myself doing the same thing. But like, you guys are having a really strong battle. It looks like third for today, pretty certain. Failing obviously any incidents with anyone else out there.
Yeah, as long as Josh doesn't bin it again, then I think third's as good and as bad as we can do, which is a pretty good result. Definitely much better than we were hoping for. Like we came to this race just wanting to finish a race because we haven't finished an endurance this year due to multiple things. Well, just about any reason you can think of, unfortunately, stopped us finishing a race. So it's nice just to finish a race for the first time this year.
Mate, it's a big achievement, especially for any endurers getting through. And I think, was it you guys only started up? Was it towards the end of 2015? I think you guys might have just started.
Yeah, I registered in December 2015 and we formed Swift Racing in January 2016. So it's a very young team.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, a year coming through, it's really solid, strong improvement for you boys, and everything's on the up and up for you guys, I think.
Yeah, cheers. So yeah, we're just got to put in some more time, get some more practice, get that iRating up. Joel and I, ratings are down in I think I've got an 1800 iRating at the moment, so I got to start grinding that up a bit.
Well, mate, it's higher up than mine, so don't worry about that. Well, I guess, did you guys have any sponsors or anything you'd like to give a plug to as well while you're in here today?
We're pretty well unsponsored. If anyone wants to sponsor us with some wheels, we're certainly open to it. But thanks to Selby for sponsoring the series, and thanks to Alan and his crew for plugging along. There was issues early, but they've done quite a good job this race. Everything's run really smoothly, so that's good to see.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for your time and coming up today. Wish you guys the best of luck, especially with the last 12 to 13 minutes I think we've got left of this race. So I look forward to seeing you on the podium towards the end.
Cheers, see you next time. Hopefully the guys at the front close up and we can have a nice little battle at the end.
No worries.
So that was Eric Thorpe from Swift Racing, folks. They're running third in class. We've just had some news about the High-Tech Racing HTR Mercedes AMG out here, the 351. Unfortunately, this is going to be the last time we see this team in this series this year as they run off wide on cue. The team, due to personal commitments, have had to park this car for the rest of the year, and we won't be seeing them campaigning, unfortunately. So best of luck to you guys out there. It's been a pleasure having you in this series, and we definitely look forward to you all coming back on track when things settle down for you.
Yeah, it's definitely a shame to see teams leave, and especially partway through a championship. I mean, personal reasons, you can't say anything other than best of luck moving forward, and like you said, wish to see everyone who does venture out to try something different end up returning and coming back, have another go, bigger and stronger. Yeah,
and hopefully that is the case for this team. We'll have to see how it plays out for them as the year goes on. But it's been a great ride, as Mark from High-Tech Racing has said. They've enjoyed the series, but unfortunately, due to other commitments, they've got to call it quits for the time being.
Yeah, no, I think they run a lot of V8 Supercar, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're parking all the cars in all the series, not just this one, but the whole team will be put on ice for a little while.
It's going to be a shame to see them part ways for the time being. And I'm sure as part of the community, everyone's willing to offer a hand if anything is required. So best of luck to you guys, and anything that is required, by all means, jump in. I'm sure there's plenty of willing people to offer a hand.
Exactly right. We're a pretty friendly community, and a lot of teams often will step in and help if help is required. And I know the Swift boys, they got a lot of help from Blackadder Motorsport on all their setups when they first started, which really accelerated their success in GT racing. So quite a few teams do help wherever they can.
I mean, and that's a great thing about our sport. Like, everyone's here to have a go, and it's a hobby. Some people pursue it in other careers, but the fact that other teams can get together and help starters out and help them sort of get competitive to the point where we see, Swift Racing are now running third in the GT class. It's a great thing. Everyone moves team to team, but to help the young guys get up there and have a crack is a big achievement as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Mark's just confirmed, or High Tech Racing has confirmed, they're parking all the cars. It's not due to any issues they've got in iRacing. Basically, they've got some outside commitments that they need to focus their energies on. So, guys, from me to you, best of luck with your new endeavours, and we look forward to seeing you return if you can or when you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone's got personal things that need to be done, and at the end of the day, family comes first. By all means, that's what has to be done.
Yeah, exactly right. It's I put family above everything, including the work I do. My career, or whatever you want to call it. Family has to always come first. But at the moment, we can see Ross Rizzo here, 41 laps behind, but leading in Class 1. And 8 minutes to go, and they're up to lap 423 here for the Class A drivers. Of course, these guys are in their laps, probably 380s around about. Just having a look, Damien McPhee now is coming on the main straight, so that gap is it's quite substantial actually. It's probably half a lap.
Yeah, they're still pushing really strong. I don't know if there's been any protests or anything to race controllers yet. I haven't seen anything come across, so I think he's just going to head down, bum up, push as hard as he can, and hopefully try and shorten that gap up.
Yeah, we're just having a look. All of a sudden, these guys are 57 seconds down. Just having a look at a replay of when Damien had a bit of an off-track to see if that tells us anything that's going on here, because he's dropped a good 45 seconds somewhere.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of off-track excursions that he may have had, so that's certainly not going to improve the time at all. And his last lap, just looking at that, was 7/10 slower than what Ross was doing as well.
Yeah, so that could be the pressure of trying to close the gap, possibly overdriving the car or making mistakes, and it's easy to do it when you're trying to chase someone down, just as much as it is when someone's hunting you.
Oh, absolutely. It's you get even if you make one slight mistake and have an off track, the red mist sets in and you want to get back on it and go. So unfortunately, it's easy to do it more and more after that. It's just trying to find that control and bring it back just that touch to where you're still quick but not over the top.
Yeah, that's right, because as soon as you start overdriving these things, you go backwards pretty quickly. But their sister car, they're not going backwards. Josh Burton in the car, they're leading the race in class as well as outright, of course. And they've got this totally in the bag at this point, touch wood. 2 laps is the gap back to the Redback Racing 102 with Joseph Fabian driving that.
Yeah, it's been a really strong display from Fusion in both the HPD and the GT series today. Like you say, they've got a 2-lap lead now on Redback, and 3 laps to Dynamic Sim Racing 3. So it's been a controlled, measured approach at the front there, and similarly to the rear as well with the GT stuff.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big effort, isn't it? Taking two cars, different classes, having to set them all up, put in the laps, get the teams sorted, and then go and campaign them successfully.
Oh, absolutely. Just having a quick look at the drivers that they've had. There's 5 guys between the GT cars for both of their campaigning there. And if you have a look in the HPD, they've got 3 guys that were lined up and running in that car. Oh, 4 actually.
Sorry, which car was that? I was focusing on typing something back to the Pro Force guys.
Oh, that was just the driver capacity that the team has to put up 3 cars on the field for Fusion.
Yeah, well, I was saying earlier that they were struggling a little bit trying to field the guys because unfortunately a few of their drivers left the team a couple of weeks back, so I think they had to dip into other teams to field all those cars.
Yeah, and we've seen, I know for our team, Stealth Sports, there's been a few guys that we've been able to draft in from other teams to assist in some of the Enduros, and likewise our guys can go over and help them as well.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the Redback team as well, where a few times they've got a helping hand from another team who could loan them a couple of drivers for a few rounds just to make up the numbers and get that car on track.
Absolutely, and it's all good experience too to see how these teams operate, what their setup mentality is, and how they go about extracting the most from these cars too.
Yeah, exactly right. And I tell you what, at the moment Josh Burton is being monstered by Mark Rayner in the 117. This car is 3 laps down, but they're keen to make it 2 laps down, and he's got the pace. I tell you what, he's got it hooked up. I reckon if I was Josh, I'd probably let him have that lap back and get a bit safe here.
Yeah, the last thing we want is the guys in 3rd and 1st coming together and sort of finishing off the race. Josh is probably at the point where he can let him go quite comfortably. Probably doesn't want to as a driver. He wants to stay ahead no matter what. But the smart move might be let him go, consolidate position and hang on for the first like he's doing.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes 47, so even if you let him have that lap back, there's no way he's going to be a threat. They're probably more of a threat if you try to hold them up. They may tag you and cause a lot of damage, and if you don't have a fast repair, you're in big trouble.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the thing, like the closing rates with these cars, especially in a draft, it's easy just to make a slight miscalculation or grab your brakes just a little late and you cause an incident. But it looks like Josh has just let him through there into turn 1, so that sort of resolved that issue. Yeah,
that's right. Now we can just focus on keeping his lines. 2 minutes of this racing to go, folks. We'll probably get up to around about lap 430 because I'll be coming up to complete lap 428, I think, very shortly.
Yeah, it looks like lap 428 at the moment, so like you say, 430 is definitely well on the cards.
Yeah, and we can see, as we see Mark there getting it a little bit crossed up, and Josh is now going on the outside saying thank you very much. But it looks like Mark's a bit slow there getting underway again. Maybe he was just giving the Class A leader a lot of room, because you don't want to be that guy that takes out the leader, do you?
No, that's as bad as binning it in the last hour with your team. So I think he'll just either let him through or he'll back off, or Josh will do one or the other, and they'll just sort it out.
Yeah, and you know how my dad jokes are all class. They're so entertaining, I should be on stage. I'm getting a bit of competition here from Mr. Sean Thompson from Pro Force Racing, and he's saying to the Class B boys, feel the force. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, the forks aren't strong with that one.
That's right, they're not, are they?
If anyone gets that, that's a really bad Simpsons reference.
Yeah, well, there you go. I didn't get it. I don't think I'm allowed to watch Simpsons, they're too rude.
Oh, no, that's part of the fun.
I think my daughter actually banned The Simpsons from the household, would you believe?
See, I mean, I remember back in my day it was Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons and a few other things that were probably a lot more adventurous on TV than what you get nowadays. It's sometimes a little disappointing.
Ren and Stimpy, now they were classic.
Yeah, kind of like Beavis and Butthead. I mean, they were two great shows alone.
Yeah, and we've just been handed the last lap board, folks. Don't mind the overlays, they're pretty crap. I'll fix them. But yeah, they've just completed they're on lap 430 now. Josh Burden's got the white flag, and they're on their way home.
Yeah, and that's a hell of a win to those guys to finish off this race. So one lap, keep it in there, and they should do it quite comfortably.
Yeah, and as far as Class B's concerned, they'll get the white flag this time by, and Ross Rizzo looks like they've got this in the bag. They're on the same lap as Damien McPhee, but that gap is quite substantial at the moment. Well, it's not that. Let's have a look at what the actual gap was. 15 seconds is the gap, so it's, they should be safe. As far as Class C goes, well, that's going to go to, it looks like Blackadder Motorsport, the 266. They've pretty much dominated this race all day, and a well-deserved win for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've done really well. We haven't probably spoken about them enough through this section of the broadcast, but that's still a great win in that class. And for Ross and the boys at Proforce, not taking tyres as much as we were sort of a bit sceptical has turned out to be a really good move for them. Damien, a few uncharacteristic mistakes, and they're still in the lead and look like they're going to take that class as well.
Yeah, we're just jumping back so we can see Joshua Burden taking the checkered flag here, and a well-deserved win here by Fusion Sim Racing. Dominant performance again, and yeah, it's pretty much another win for Fusion Sim Racing and a well-deserved win.
Yeah, like those guys have turned up. They've been a class act for this race. I know Scotty will be pretty happy with the guys and the effort that they've put in to do it, and a win, regardless of whether it's first in class or one of the lower categories, is a hell of a feeling to have.
Certainly is, and we can see now Class B winner Proforce Racing coming across to take the checkered flag, and they'll be happy with that result for sure.
Definitely. Ross having backed up last night with the Sim Asia series, and then going on to help these guys here claim a class win. It's no mean feat, and they've done really well. Well reserved and great effort.
Yeah, now we can see Paul Rogers taking the checkered flag for Class C. That's a 266 Blackadder Motorsport. Dominant effort by these guys. They've pretty much led most of the day. They did have a bit of a challenge with TD Racing earlier on, and unfortunately that car retired, but not taking anything away from these guys. They pretty much led the race all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it is a shame that, yes, there are only 4 cars in this class, but they've done well. They've kept it on track and got it home after the 10 hours. So maybe moving on to the next race at Spa, we see a few more Porsches get on track, which would be really, really nice, and might be a bit closer competition for them rather than a 2-lap gap to second in class and Lone Wolf Sim Racing.
Yeah, we can see our race winner though. He's parked down there at the start-finish line, about to gas it up by the looks of it. This team has done a back-to-back. They won last round as well, so a huge effort here for these guys, and they deserve to celebrate, and no doubt they will be celebrating. I'm not sure what he's... Oh yeah, okay. He's doing a gizzy.
Look, it's like I say, it's a great result for these guys to finish where they did. They were solid at the back end of the AEC season last year as well. So they've done a hell of a job, and we'll look forward to seeing if they can go 3 out of 3 next round.
Yeah, definitely, as we can see in the background there, spinning the tyres up, getting a bit of smoke out of them. I tell you what, it looked crazy and up until they put in that smoke effect. It just looked silly, but now it looks reasonably cool.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to worry about those tyres, doesn't have to worry about the engine, so the boys can fix that tomorrow. And if he lets go of both, even better.
Yeah, definitely, and there's going to be a shoey video from Proforce Racing. We heard it earlier, folks. I'm going to hold them to it, and we can be introduced to another team member who has to drink out of their ghastly boot.
That's what makes the sport fun, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right, it does. But let's go through the top 10 in Class A, folks. So Fusion Sim Racing takes out today's win. Back-to-back wins for this team. 2 laps up on Redback Racing Team Black in second. Dynamic Sim Racing 3 comes home in third. That's a 117, followed by their sister car, the 115, Dynamic Sim Racing 1. Redback Racing Team White comes home in fifth. That's a 103, followed by Misfit Motorsport, the 199, home in sixth. Seventh, Team VPR, and then eighth, the 101 Redback Racing Team. And ninth, LMTI, the 129. We didn't see much of them today, but they were in the top 10. And then Dynamic Sim Racing 2 comes home in 10th position.
If we go into the GT class now, so we got Proforce Racing taking the win in that class. Second was Fusion Sim Racing number 347. They finished about half a lap behind there. Third goes out to the Swift Racing guys, 2 laps down, but really, really solid result for them. Coming home in fifth was Selby Racing in the Audi, 4 laps off the lead, and Fusion Sim Racing for fifth, a couple of laps behind there. We had Razorback Racing and Tryhard's High Tech Racing have finished up, and Arm Racing to round out those guys as well.
Fantastic effort considering you can't even see the overlays there. You did a good job.
Yeah, trying to read off just the results page in the game.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to have to hook you up with our overlays, I think, so you can see what I sort of see, maybe, sort of. But yeah, in Class C, the 266 Blackadder Motorsport ESCC takes the win 2 laps up on Lone Wolf Sim Races. The 233, they held on to second, and they were 3 laps up on the 211 Extreme Racing. Comes home in third. TD Racing retired, and so did Jaden Ransley Motorsport. So we had 5 starters in Class C. We had 3 finishers, so that's not too bad considering the low field numbers we've got.
No, it's it's still better than half the field. But like I say, it's going to be really nice to see more of these cars getting out on track. They're fun to drive. They sound amazing, and it would just add a bit more to it to have another 5 or 6 of them out there as well.
Yeah, definitely. We need, I think, about 10 in that class to really do it justice. We did have quite a number take up in round 1, but we saw the drop off last round, and then it's carried on today. So hopefully that class will get the support, because it definitely needs it at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think seeing the races like this and getting more out there. I know there's some Porsche only leagues that are running, but it'd be good to see some guys that aren't doing that or have driven in it to come across here and showcase their skills and give it a bit more gusto in the class, I guess.
Yeah, definitely, and we're about to go to interviews, folks, and we're going to bring up the FSR boys first. We've got them in different cars, though. That's going to be a bit confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Heath and Josh were definitely in the same car that I saw, so maybe start with those two.
Yeah, I think so. We don't have... is that all of them? We're missing one. Matt Barron, I think. He's at work. He couldn't have driven.
No, and Reece Gardner is off doing Scott's commentary at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, he is. So welcome to Heath Brennan, Josh Burden. Fantastic drive, guys. Another dominant win, back-to-back victory for you in this class, and you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, couldn't ask for much more, really, for the team, really. Podium in GT3 and obviously our win. Yeah, we as a whole team we drove really well throughout the race, and I guess the result proves that.
Yeah, it looked like you guys are pretty much in control. Earlier on in the race, though, did you have any dramas, or was it pretty much driving to a plan and everything just falling into place?
There was a couple of moments in the first stint of the race when Craig was behind the wheel. A couple of lap cars kind of making life a bit difficult, but get that in multi-class racing, but it kind of all settled down a bit throughout the race. And but apart from that, we didn't really have any dramas. We had in my last stint we had a little drama with a Porsche, but that was nothing to worry about. So we just put it home, and yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So you guys had 4, didn't you? Because I think Reese was in the car earlier today. He's, of course, off now doing his broadcast commitments. And who was the other one? Craig, was it?
Yeah, Craig Edwards started, and he left about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So, he started and qualified, and all kind of today's result kind of all started from him putting it on pole. So that was a good start to the day.
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't know how I could forget about Craig Edwards, but it feels like we've been doing this for a year today. But dominant effort. And I'm going to hand you over to Daniel, and because I'm sure he's got more intelligent questions to ask you.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't think so. But congratulations to both you, Heath and Josh. It was great result there. 2 laps up for the class lead. How do you reckon everything went for the course of the 10 hours through Phillip Island today?
Oh, it went pretty smooth for the whole day. I mean, traffic around here was a little bit difficult. It's not the easiest track for a multi-class event. But, everyone has their right to be on track, GD3 and the Porsche Cup car, so we just try to do the best we can, and we don't try to force them off track or anything like that, but we do lose a lot of time if we sit behind them for too long as well. So we try our best and they try their best, and we... it went a little bit better than I expected, actually, but it wasn't the easiest track out there today.
Yeah, and we only think we had 2 safety cars for the entire event, so driving standards are definitely improving across the Australian contingent that are doing endurance racing now. So I guess, what are you guys looking for, just in a blanket sense, to see with guys that are running in there, like just a bit more situational awareness to see what's around them, or?
I don't know. I mean, everyone's doing their best. No one's doing anything untoward out there, deliberately. It's more it doesn't help too. iRacing keeps failing with its spotter in team events. So I don't think any of our drivers had a spotter today from iRacing. So, but we always make sure that someone's paired with someone else so that we can, just give them info on who they're coming up to. And I think that's probably not critical for HPDs, but for the GD3 cars and for the Porsche Cup cars, I think they really need a spotter who's just letting them know who's coming up, and give them that sort of early warning. And then, because the closing speed with HPD is pretty quick, and they can glance at their relative and they're 10 seconds behind, and then the next minute they're right on top of you. So I think sometimes the GD3 and the Porsche get caught out a little bit, but everyone's doing the best they can. So there's nothing. I don't know if there's anything that anyone can improve per se.
Yeah, and that's something that we saw that last season with AEC. I know when I was running in the HPD, it was very hard. And I think iRacing may have, like you say, fallen off a little bit more without the spotter interaction. I guess switching gears, how did you find the car setup through the majority of the race? And were there any slight changes you guys needed? I mean, I know we only got tyre pressures, but was there anything you felt made a big difference, or just so much sort of double stinting tyres to get through?
We didn't need to change a thing. The car was hooked up. We spent a lot of time in the lead up to this event getting the setup sorted. We threw a lot at it, a few different avenues, a few different aero options, and ultimately we arrived at what worked. So yeah, I think Josh will agree the car was hooked.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Yeah, look, well, I think, sorry, Bernie, you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately, Craig Edwards can't be with us in the combox today, but I can assure you guys he is in the chat room. So if you want to pass on any messages to him, here's your opportunity. Keep it clean, though.
Oh, the only message I like to pass along is a big thank you to him. Craig puts a lot of work in for our team. He's a gun driver, and more importantly, he's an awesome bloke. So I just want to send a big thank you to him.
Yeah, and
I know that's not what you want, Bernie, but
no, that's what I wanted. I wanted you guys just because unfortunately he can't be up here, so I thought if you guys just give him a shout out, because I know this win means as much to him as it does to you guys and Reese as well. So it's good to include him, even though he can't be up here to speak to us. Now, the other piece of statistics people want us to mention is whether or not you guys got the Quinella. We know you started from pole position. We know you won the race. As far as the most laps led goes to you guys, so you got the trifecta, and you've also got the fastest lap with the 1:18.801. So congratulations on all that, and to back that up, it's a back-to-back win. So I don't think it can get much better for you guys than this.
no, and I'll just send another shout out to Fredo. That 1:18.801 was his. He set that lap on, I think it was lap 2, maybe, out of the race.
Yeah, so fantastic. Anyway, Daniel, back to you.
Look, I've got no more questions sort of from my end of things. I would say congratulations to you guys, to everyone on your team for winning. Have you got some sponsors you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Like to thank Dynamic Sim Racing, Eclipse Signage, and Drifting Paint Graphics for all their support. Also, once again, thanks to you guys for doing the broadcast. Also, goes without saying, everyone at Fusion Sim Racing for all their help getting us to this stage with the HPD. So yeah, cheers.
I'd also like to send a big thank you to Alan and guys who support him at the ESCC. It's not an easy task. I've been there myself running AEC, and it's a his job, but I'd like to thank him. And also a big thank you to selby.com.au for series. These series are hard enough to put on, but without financial support, they're even harder. So a huge thank you to them. They're a great company.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they do a lot for our sport, and it's greatly appreciated. But anyway, guys, thanks for popping in. It's always a pleasure talking to you blokes, and now you can go off and celebrate and probably text Reese and give him the good news. And great effort.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Daniel.
So that's our race winners tonight, folks. We were talking with Josh Burden and Heath Brennan. Craig Edwards also put that car on pole and drove this morning's stint, and Reese Gardner also did a few stints today as well in between his other commitments. So congratulations to all those guys for another great performance here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's like you said, it's a big team effort to come out, run the 10 hours, take the most laps led, the fastest lap. They've done exceptionally well today, and it's a big, congratulations to everyone on that team.
Oh, for sure. And just going through the statistics we did go through does show how dominant they were today in Class A. So well done to those guys. We'll bring up Ben Darley and David Jellings for Dynamic Sim Racing next. These guys came in third. I might let you start the interview. How's that sound?
Oh, geez. Let me start chewing on a few fingernails now then.
Josh.
G'day, Ben and David. Thanks for joining us up in the Combox, mate. Congratulations. Third place today in Class A.
Yeah, cheers, fellas.
Yep, thanks, Daniel.
How did you find the run out there today? How was the car and the traffic over the course of the 10 hours that you guys had to endure?
I'll let the boss field most of these.
It was crazy. In the simple turns, but yeah, it was Surprisingly, I thought sort of maybe went in with a slightly pessimistic attitude. It wouldn't be a great track for multi-class racing. I thought we would have sent a lot more cautions than what we had. Maybe the additional, the larger runoff areas around the track may have helped with that. And it was very difficult. We had a lot of cars that weren't really holding a line. Some were holding the racing line, some weren't holding a line at all. And gaps were disappearing very, very quickly, which obviously kept you on your toes and made it very, very difficult, and I guess probably entertaining all at once.
Yeah, and how did you guys find the car went over the course of that 10 hours? Was there, we asked the guys from Fusion Sim Racing, was there much change with tyre pressures, or did you find it easier to double stint, triple stint your tyres through the course of this race?
Well, no, we didn't actually touch the car all day. We left the tyre pressures all the same. We didn't double stint the tyres until the last stop there, when we thought we might have a chance to run Fabian down. But generally the car just got quicker and quicker for us, and it was pretty comfy, so we just left it alone.
Yeah, fantastic. Now, Bernie, have you got any questions that you'd like to throw to the boys?
Yeah, you caught me out. I was actually having a nap. But anyway, no, it was great effort by you guys, and coming home in third, good result. But as I picked up, you were talking about traffic earlier, and did you have any huge moments, or have I just totally misheard this conversation?
There was three main protagonists really. We had a great deal of difficulty getting around. On a number of occasions, they actually drove into us and spun us, and one of them, I think on two occasions actually, we were required to use our fast repairs, which, luckily we had them, but I guess you're trying to do the last 2.5 hours of the race with zero repairs, you're sort of tippy-toeing around, sort of every corner of the track, hoping that nobody loses control, crosses the grass, spears into the side of you, etc. So it was not ideal.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting to hear. We did see quite a bit of drama out there, but I guess that's part and parcel of multi-class racing, and especially a 10-hour enduro at Phillip Island. The speed differences is quite large between the class.
Yep, massive. And as I was saying to David, probably around about the 4.5 hour mark of the race, I did say I don't envy the guys that drive in the obviously the two lower classes, not lower by in terms of anything else, just obviously just not saying but to be looking forward, trying to manage your own race, and then constantly keeping one eye in the mirror, looking to sort of see these missiles coming up behind you, especially off the main straight. We were pinging through there at 85k an hour, and just pitching it in flat, and you sort of arrive pretty quickly on the scene of another sort of slower class car pretty quick.
Yeah, we were definitely catching that on camera. We'd jump into the back bumper cam, I guess, on a Porsche and watch you guys arriving, and it was amazing how fast the HPDs would just arrive on the scene, as you said. But anyway, before we let you go, guys, you got a shout out to all your sponsors.
Have a day, bro.
Yeah, well, obviously a big shout out to DSR and the entire team for working on the sets during the week and showing up and doing all the hard work today. Yeah,
I'll quickly second that as well. I mean, without the team, we're nothing. So, big shout out to all the guys who are part of DSR. The guys that didn't fare so well today, chin up, guys. It's there's always the next race meeting, as they say, and move on to bigger and better things. Thank you to you guys too, Bernie. I think you guys do a fantastic job. It's again another one of those thankless tasks. And also Alan. I was very critical of Alan in the first round. I think, to his credit, he was probably sort of learning by feel. And I was one of his largest critics. And the last two rounds have improved massively. So hats off. well done, Alan. Thank you.
Yeah, I second that. Good job by Alan, and thanks to you guys for doing the broadcast.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, the first round, that was the first event I think Alan's ever run, so a massive undertaking, and it's definitely come on leaps and bounds, that's for sure. So well done to Alan, and also well done to you guys. I think you fielded about 4 cars, so that's a huge effort for your team.
Yeah, well, I think we've got something like 12 drivers or something, and everyone wants to have a shot, and I think if we stack too many people in one car, you don't get much of a run, so it's probably better that we run that many cars with 3 drivers per car.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, guys, thanks for popping in, and well done. 3rd position today in Class A for the 117, and we'll see you next round in about a month's time.
Yeah, cheers, Benny. See you, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel.
Cheers, boys.
So, folks, that was Ben Darley and, God, I've forgotten the other guy's name. David Jellings. Did I get it right?
Yeah, mate. Yep, you got it.
I was going to say Mark Rayner because that's who's appearing on the overlays, but it wasn't Mark at all.
No, I believe Mark was in that car sharing with David and Ben, so he finished out the race, I believe.
Okay, fair enough. And now, folks, hold on to your shoeies because we're about to bring up Pro Force Racing and feel the force, as someone said earlier today. And congratulate them. They're our Class B winners. Welcome to RRTV's Combox, guys, and congratulations for taking out Class B today. You guys were having a great battle there with the 347 most of the day, but it looks like it's gone to plan for you blokes.
Yeah, that's it, Bernie. Just to confirm with Daniel there about the mention of the double stint tyres, the reason why I got funny in the first interview was actually literally 10 minutes before I come over for the interview. I had dropped the hint to Ross and Shawnee that I calculated we were only going to pit with about 40 minutes or so of the race left, and I had already started trying to make the plan to double stint the last set of tyres because they're short last stint, and it ended up coming into play.
Yeah, well, I know you were covering something up, I could tell. By that evil laugh you were letting out during the interview. I knew you were covering something up, but I just thought we should go easy on you and not try to hold you down and pry it out of you.
Yeah, well, that's it, because the issue was we knew for a fact FSR had the pit before us, so all we had to do was wait for their pit time, confirm that they were taking tyres, and we knew we were going to come out 15-20 in front. So, and Ross being the amazing driver that he is and very consistent, at worst it was going to come down to a bumper-to-bumper last lap, and at best, as I thought, putting the pressure on McPhee, made a couple of big mistakes, and Ross was able to cruise home.
Yeah, it was a really good strategy, that's for sure. We were watching as Ross continued circulating after that pit stop, that you had to beat 58 seconds, I think it was. I was actually quite surprised you didn't throw tyres on it, but then as Daniel and I spoke about it on air, it sort of made more sense that instead of being the chaser, it's probably better to be the chasee and put the pressure back on Fusion to have to fight the traffic as well as catch you guys.
That was exactly, what I was thinking. And the old saying goes, win it or bin it. We could either just settle for second, or we could roll the dice and go for first, and all played out in the end.
Yeah, we knew we had to do something different, and Nathan's pretty good at coming up with ideas for something different. It was kind of against what I wanted to do. I mean, that was a pretty hard stint, and when he mentioned it, I'm like, are you mad? Are you crazy? This is Phillip Island. And then it kind of realised, this could work, and as he said, put the pressure on the other guys, and it could work in our favour. So, thanks again, Nathan, and that's how it worked.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I tell you what, while you guys were strategising and doing all the driving, we had Mr. Sean down here giving us all these dad jokes. Welcome, Sean. to the Combox. The race, you must be happy with the result. I know it didn't start very well for you guys this morning, but fantastic recovery drive, and then to take the lead and fight it out with Fusion. It turned out really well.
Oh yeah, definitely. The guys did a fantastic job today. I'm definitely proud of both of Ross and Nathan. They just couldn't have gone any better, really. We actually thought that we were going to be stuck in second, and that's where we're going to finish. And then Nathan came up with his wild plan, and like, why don't we double stint the tyres? And I'm like, that might be a good idea. And so then all the strategy came into play, seeing if it would actually work, and yeah, we just took the gamble and gave it a go, and yeah, here we are winning.
Yeah, there's one thing I'm disappointed about you guys though. I thought we had a deal, and that was you're going to take that nice graphic and you're going to paint your whole car in it.
Yeah, well, it was going to happen, then it wasn't going to happen, but then yeah, we don't really have anyone to paint cars in the team anymore, so yeah, it's just yeah, it was a bit of an impossible task to get done. So
I'll tell you what though, Bernie, right? If you wanted us to do that, you might have to have a word to our sponsors about why we're not, up the front with airtime, putting their sponsors on the screen.
Well, you see, you could play it really well, because if you did it and had sponsors on the car, you would get airtime.
Good point. Cool. Very good.
Yeah, Bernie just couldn't resist my sexy face.
It's a cartoon, man. It's a cartoon.
I know.
Well, we often say Shawnee's a bit of a toon.
Yeah. Yeah, so the next question I've got for you guys is, we've seen Ross, we've seen Sean do the shoey. It's Nathan's turn. He's promised me he's going to do it. Then he's going to get you guys to put it up, so then we can put it on Facebook. As one of the viewers said, they're getting to know you guys one shoey at a time.
Yep. Hashtag when a joke goes too far. Everyone said at PFR.
Well, yeah, I'm committed to it. And I'm one of those people, man. Like, I used to run my own business for many years, and I always had a saying that I never asked my workers to do anything I wouldn't do. And the same applies here. I wouldn't ask a teammate to do anything I wouldn't do, so I sort of pretty much...
but just as I finished, I wouldn't have double stinted those tyres, he says.
Well, that's a bit different. All I'm going to do is put it in the fucking wall. Yeah, it's like, so, yeah, pretty much I committed myself. I'm very much a team player, so, yeah, that's it. I'm committed.
Yeah, well, as we said, when Ross went out, one of you guys said, don't worry, the tyres you got on are perfectly matched. You can take it around the outside. Well, Sean sat in the back there eating all the ice cream. So,
you're a funny fucker, but whoops, you're a funny fella, Bernie. Oh my god.
Yeah,
that's Sean, Nathan.
Apologies,
guys.
Repeat. Okay, I've lost it now, Daniel. I've stirred them up. I've stirred the pot. It's your turn to ask them some serious questions.
Oh, geez, don't put me on the spot, eh? Look, the only ones I've really got is probably more so for Ross than the other boys, because I think they've sort of named everything already. Ross, how'd you find going from the Radical last night in SRA to the Merc tonight?
They're completely different, I guess. They're hard to compare, but I love both cars equally. It's just a shame you can't really get a chance to run the Radical these days, with the exception of those hosted races. But I was really keen to jump into the Merc today because I knew we had a weapon, and Nathan and Sean's preparation this week has been phenomenal. So couldn't wait to do it. They're also preparing for SRA as well, and I think they were looking more forward to Phillip Island today than they were to Road America yesterday, based on how good the car was.
Yeah, look, Road America's can be a bit boring at the best of times, but look, I think you guys have done well. Your strategy for the the no tyres on the last stop, that's come out really, really well, and it put Fusion on the back foot to try and chase us down. So whether it be mad or genius, it was a bloody good ploy. I think it spiced up the racing, and I gave Bernie and I something to talk about and sort of work out where it was happening and whether Fusion could get back in touch with you guys at the end there.
Hell, you're welcome. If it spiced up, it's certainly spiced up the driving on my end. The thing was sliding and wouldn't stop and things like that, but ultimately that's a good thing with the traction control. It seems to help out a little bit, so long as it doesn't kick in too early and send you into a spin. But as long as you're mindful of that, the car was okay. It was just the time was dropping off pretty bad, but Nathan and Sean were keeping me updated on Damien's times. Sure, they were blisteringly fast, but then they just weren't enough towards the end. And then I think he came unstuck about 20 minutes to go, and that's when we kind of thought, well, we're looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of sort of slide-off tracks that he had in and around a few other cars, so that definitely opened up the gap for you guys and took a bit of pressure off. But the end of the race, long day, is there anything you might have looked at changing on the car to get it any better, or you reckon it was as good as you were going to get it for what you run with?
It was about as good as we wanted to get it. I mean, it suited all three of us extremely well, and it was just like the Road America car. I mean, I reckon I couldn't have physically pulled Sean or Nathan out of the car that week. They loved it, and again, the car was very fast, and they looked very, very comfortable this time around. And again, kind of hesitant to jump out. So the car was just great. Wouldn't change a thing.
Oh, well, I was just thinking to myself, if we didn't have half the mistakes that I made throughout the race and whatnot, I think we would have pretty much dominated the entire thing.
He said specifically the car should, not the drivers. I think that was a wise point to that, because Sean had a shocker in the middle, and we felt sorry for him, and we thought the race was pretty much done, but luckily we recovered.
Yeah, and look, that's the beauty of these enduros, is you've got time to have a mistake and muck something up and then claw your way back. So, I mean, to come back from being in the fence turn 2, opening lap to taking out the lead and the race, that's just testament to how good it is. So, congratulations to you guys. To all of you, so have you got a shout out for your sponsors before we let you go?
We'll let Ross do it this time.
Oh, why me? I wanted you to do it.
Oh, okay. I'll pull out the bit of paper. You want me to do it, or you?
He's prepared.
Yeah, I've got a bit of paper with them all written down. There's just so many to keep track of. It gets hard sometimes. So, we'll just list off the sponsors again. First off is GTI, Annie, Edge Auto Concepts, Race Centre, Acacia Marketplace, Plus Fitness, and Aussie Gamers Express.
Just a quick note too. I can't remember who Shawnee punted off to get the penalty, but I believe he should find the bloke and he owes him a reach around. So.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping up, guys. You can go off and celebrate now in the only way you know how, probably swapping each other's shoes and drinking out of them or something equally gross. But well done.
Thanks a lot, Bernie.
Thanks, Bernie, mate, and Daniel.
Thanks very much.
So that was your Class B winners, Proforce Racing and the Mercedes, and it was great to have a chat with those guys, Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's really good to see sort of what their mindset is going through it. You hear some of the stories and the characters in the race, which makes it all the more enjoyable. So I think the shoey demonstration will be quite an interesting one, and hopefully they can get back and repeat the process again for the next round.
Yeah, definitely. Once they get the momentum going, it generally can carry on. So we'll see how they go. The next round for the Selby Endurance Sports Car Championship, folks, is on May the 7th. Put that in your diary. They're going to Circuit de Spa Frankish Champs, or whatever you call it, Spa, and it's going to be a 10-hour endurance. So that should be interesting.
Absolutely, and that's a great track. Like, you've got the long section of the Camel Straight there for your top end. You've got a lot of twisties in there, which is going to throw up some challenges and some really good braking zones. So I think that's going to be every bit as good a race as what we've seen today. And like we said, hopefully we get a few more cars in some of the other classes. But these guys will put on a great show for us regardless.
Oh, for sure. And before we go on to our final interview, the other thing this week for RRTV, keep an eye out, folks. Monday night, that's tomorrow night, we have the Monday Night Light Skip Barber Championship starting at 9:15pm. We'll have Alex McCullough in here with me. Then Friday night, we've got the Australian Online Supercar Championship coming back. It's going to be another big night. It's at Monza, and it's the 650 kilometre race. And have a look at our Facebook page later on in the week for the time, because quite honestly I've forgotten what time it is. I know what time it ends, and that's about 1:30 Saturday morning.
Yeah, look, I couldn't tell you what time it starts, and I'm in the team with the boys, so that's probably bad on my part, but it's going to be a hell of a race. And I know for our guys, they're already discussing team lineups and how they're going to do it, so that's going to be a great race. And like I say, Monday night skips will be excellent as well.
Yeah, it always is. We're getting, last week we had, I think it was 4 or 5 splits, and we had quite a lot of European drivers now coming down. They're starting to notice that they can get some good points by running it, because it's the Australian Strength of Field race, so it's definitely continuing on well. But our final interview tonight is with Daniel Benefield. He was driving for Redback Racing Team Red, and Daniel, it sounds like you had a big effort. You guys completed 421 laps, and I think you were saying off air you drove for about 347 of those.
That is correct.
So we're watching you earlier on today when you guys are up the pointy end, and watching you dart and dive between cars. I know I was on the edge of my seat. At any point, did you feel like you're out of control, or did you feel like you were just pretty much in the groove?
Nah, I mean, I've driven this car for so long now, just in a multi-class scene, be it with GT1s and GT2s or GT3s and GTC cars. It was just another day for me. I was just managing the traffic how I normally would. In saying that, I probably was slightly more aggressive than normal, because I knew we didn't have the fastest car, and I knew traffic management would be really important around here, being such a fast line track. The speed difference between us and the GT cars was just huge.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we noticed when we were on air this morning, you guys were pretty much up there fighting it out. But when we came back on air, you were down 10 laps. So what exactly happened to the 101?
Where do you want me to start?
Oh, wherever you like. Just, yep. I take it you've had some incidents somewhere.
Yeah, just a few. Yeah, well, I think we ended up in 4 incidents with, I think. Pete had a couple with his stint, and then I had a couple more or less on the just wrong place, wrong time, to be honest, more than anything else. And obviously we ran out of fast repairs, and the last one had something like 9 minutes of repairs and just killed our race.
Yeah, we saw you at one point come together with the 233, I think it was. They spun across the track, and you didn't have anywhere to go, really.
That was the 5th one. That was the 5th incident. I forgot about that one.
And who were you driving with today?
It was just myself and Peter Lind today, so just the two of us doing the 10 hours, and we knew that I was the faster of the two, so we tried to keep me in the car as long as we could. So yeah, it was a very tough, very long day.
Yeah, it definitely sounds it. So you guys were classified as finishers, is that right?
Yeah, classified, finished 8th. We actually, after the last few incidents, we were 10th, so we actually gained a couple of places, which I think, from memory off the top of my head, is another 20 points. So hopefully for the championship that will help us just a little bit, just I guess, to stay in the hunt at this point. I mean, we're only 3 races into what is, I'm pretty sure it's a 10 race season. I can't remember if it's a 10 or 12 race season. But we're only 3 races in. There's still a lot of races to go. So at the moment, just buying a ticket to the last couple of races, still being in the championship hunts, the aim of the game.
Yeah, I can confirm it is a 10 race season. The last race will be at Suzuka on October the 15th, so still a long way to go. We're almost 30% into the season now, and your next race you can rest up for a bit because that's May the 7th at Spa, so you've got another probably another 4 weeks till you have to worry about that one. But a huge effort by you, that's for sure, and Peter also jumping in and having his stint. But I'm going to hand you over to Daniel Leet and see if he's got any more questions for you.
Yeah, g'day Daniel. Look, mate, how did I've asked everyone else this question, by the way. So, how did you find the tyres get through the race, and did you find any need to attempt to double stints, anything at all?
We double stinted most of the race, actually. I think with this new harder compound that we have on the HPD now, it's really easy to double stint the tyres, and more you change them more after the second stint, more for confidence in the traffic rather than pace, because from what I could tell, even at the end of the second stint, when I had some clear air, I was still on my PB until I hit some traffic. So to be honest, I think with this new tyre model, you could probably even triple stint the tyres if there wasn't so much traffic, which it might come into play at Le Mans. We don't know yet, since this traffic's going to be so spread out there. So we might be triple stinting tyres at Le Mans. I guess it just depends how the day goes when we get there.
Yeah, look, and I mean, for something like Le Mans, if you can manage to triple stint your tyres there, I mean, the size of the lap, that's extra time in the pocket. We've seen real life, teams like Audi and Porsche do the same sort of thing. So that can only be a good thing as long as, obviously, they keep in there and the grip's still there at the end of that stint.
Yeah, I mean, I'll deal with Spa first, I guess. It'd be interesting when we do get to Le Mans, just the way that everyone sets the car up and see how many stints we can do. Obviously, traffic's going to be a lot better there. Le Mans being Le Mans. I'm looking forward to it, and Spa should be really good as well, actually. A nice, long 7-kilometre lap for everyone to spread themselves out on.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it is, like I say, such a long lap there, and especially with the field that they can have, you're going to end up with that big separation between drivers. So, looking forward to that. I think that'll be great. Now you start turning your attention to Spa and that. When do you think you start jumping back in the car and working on a new setup to get around there?
Not for a while. I need a break. I need a break. But towards the end of the race, I could barely feel anything. So I think it'll be a couple of days before I even touch the sim, to be honest.
Yeah, no, look, that's certainly to be understandable. Look, before we let you go and look at wrapping the broadcast up, have you got sponsors you'd like to give a shout out and a plug to, mate?
Yeah, you guys, for a start, considering you do sponsor us, so I suppose we should give the sponsors a shout out, considering it is their channel, and Secure Safe Storage as well for their support.
Yeah, fantastic, Daniel. I don't know why you're tired, mate. You just got no stamina, but I guess you can go and have a bit of a sleep now.
It was funny, actually. We were talking about that towards the end of the race, and Joseph wanted me to be checked for cocaine because I said I was still pushing as hard as I could in the last 10 minutes of the race.
Oh, you're a racing driver. That's what you guys do.
Yeah, that's what I said to him. I told him to toughen up.
Fair enough. All right, Daniel, thanks for joining us, and great effort tonight, 347 laps. I think you set a new record as far as drivers go.
Joseph did 358.
Okay, and we know Colin Schweck also did a lot, and he basically drove that car until it was going to be not classified, and then he had to park it because they just didn't have the drivers to finish a race for TD Racing. So, yeah, big effort for those guys as well.
Just shout out to Colin as well. He drove brilliantly in the first 5 or so hours that he did. And honestly, I think that has to be the heartbreaker story of this race. Because Colin drove absolutely perfectly the whole race. Well, until he had to park it.
Yeah, and it says a lot about him because they knew very early this morning during our broadcast that they would not be classified, but to their credit, they pushed on as long as they possibly could until that car had to be parked, basically. So anyway, thanks Daniel for coming up, and say good day to all the other blokes when you see them out there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll appreciate the thought.
No worries. So that was Daniel Benefield for Redback Racing Team, coming home in 8th position in class. So sounds like they were pushing so hard that they got into a little bit of strife as the race unfolded, Daniel, but that's pretty much the way enduro races go, isn't it?
Oh, look, definitely. And when you've got 2 guys in a car for 10 hours, it's a long stint. 5 hours, if you go to average it out, for anyone, is massive. So, we had a few teams like Fusion, they had 4, which, if you can spread that workload out, it is so much more enjoyable.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it goes to show, how tight it is for some teams to actually field those drivers. And we were saying earlier that some teams need to borrow from other teams have to tough it out, and some teams like TDR today, they knew they weren't going to be classified, but to their credit, they went in, they drove hard as long as they possibly could until they had to park that car. So that says a lot about the character of some of the people out here, and they go because they love their racing, basically.
Yeah, look, definitely. And, what we said earlier throughout the day, like, if you don't have people turn up, we don't have these events. We don't broadcast them to everyone else. So the fact that drivers still turn up, even if they know they got one person for a car, is a massive credit to them and to the series that they run, the fact they love doing what they do. So, I think it's only going to improve, help strengthen, and go from there. So, and if we get guys that can't turn up, having the ability to throw a hand up and say, hey, look, I'm happy to race with you, even if I'm not in your team, I'm still keen to help out and push us along.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm going to give a shout out to the Porsche class, and I want to see more drivers jump in and run that class because it definitely deserves the support. At the moment it's struggling. We've only got about 5 that are turning up, so if anyone's listening to the stream and they want to get involved in this sort of racing, check out the Porsche, and it's a great car to drive, and I'm sure you'd have a good time in it.
Yeah, definitely. And look, the Porsche is a real driver's car. It's a simple thing to set up. You don't have the detail that you'd have in something like an Audi or the HPD. It's easy to get a handle on and push without too much skill or practice either.
Yeah, exactly right. But anyway, folks, we're getting to the end of our broadcast here. But before we go, Daniel, I'll get you your final thoughts on what you thought of this afternoon's race, and then we'll wrap this up.
Yeah, look, I thought it was thoroughly enjoying. Great win by Fusion Sim Racing in the HPD. They showed the way, clean pair of heels, 2-lap lead. What more can you say? They've done fantastic. The battles that we saw in GT with Proforce and Fusion again, it's a shame it finished with a few incidents and off tracks in the last 20 minutes, but have 2 teams so closely matched at the end of 10 hours is a credit to both them. And like you said, with the Porsche, Blackadder took that out, and yes, they did it because there's not a lot of competition in that class, which hopefully will improve. But it's fantastic. Everyone's driven well. The guys that turn up and run it and drive it and promote it either on their Facebook pages or in the forums. Everyone is very appreciative of it.
Yeah, definitely, and congratulations to Blackadder in Class C, and they won by 2 laps, so they had a perfect race, but you can't go past the 145 because I think their race was as perfect as it possibly can get, because they not only took pole, they pretty much led the most laps. 240 laps they led today. They also got the fastest lap with a 1:18.801 and taking out Class A. So, you can't get much more perfect than that, can you? Unless you lead every single lap.
Well, and let's be realistic. That's not going to happen in any form of motorsport unless it's a sprint series. Especially when you hit enduros, you add other cars on it, different classes, skill sets of different drivers. It's just a credit to everyone that we've got as many finishes as we've got at the end of this race, and the tightness of some of the battles in all the classes as well.
Yeah, definitely. It was another great race, and as I was saying earlier, folks, we'll be back on May the 7th to continue this series, and tomorrow night tune in for the Monday Night Lights Skip Barber series, and then of course on Friday night another mammoth marathon enduro for a Friday night, and that's the Australian Online Supercar Championship, brought to you by Pagnian Australia, and we're going to Monza for a 650 kilometre race or 112 laps. So it's definitely going to be on again Friday night for the V8 boys.
Absolutely. So pack the beer and thongs and get ready for your favourite chair and sit back and enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. Then I got to back it up the next morning by driving up to Sydney in the morning. So I'm looking forward to staying up all night and then having an early start the next day.
Yeah, no, mate, look, you can thoroughly enjoy that. I'm going to stay in bed that day.
Yeah, fair enough. But anyway, Daniel, thanks, mate, for coming up. I hope you've enjoyed your second stint as commentary for RRTV. It's been a pleasure having you up here. I've had some feedback from the viewers, and they definitely like having you up here, so hopefully we can get you back in again.
Yeah, definitely, mate. It'd be really good, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So if the viewers are happy with it, I'd like to keep coming back.
Yeah, definitely, they are happy with it, and they've all been telling me I get bailed up in the street. No, not really. But anyway, thanks, Daniel, and also thanks to all the viewers out there today who enjoyed our telecast and tuned in. We do hope you enjoyed it, especially the guys that gave us some feedback on how we can improve things. That means a lot, and we'll definitely try to do that. But until next time, folks, on behalf of Daniel Lead, I'm Bernie Weemers, and thanks for tuning in, and we hope you have a very good Sunday night and a great week. So until next time, good night.